Chapter 1 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Dykshoorn in November 2022. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 1. The First Races in Japan. The strong sea winds and the swift sea waves that still bear boats and men out of their course to the shores of the Japan Isles were the means, it is thought, by which men were first brought there from the old realms or tribes of the main land. It is said that the swift black stream, which flows from far out in the Pacific up to the Sea of Japan, as well as the great storms that vex the coast of Asia, have long brought boatloads of folks from the south and west to the shores of Kyushu, Shikoku, Hondo, and the rest of the isles that now form the south end of the realm of Japan. This land, you know, is made up of 4 large isles and a great host of small ones that lie off the east coast of Asia, with the Sea of Japan between, and forms a great bow-like chain that rounds out in the Pacific. China and Korea lie west of its south half, while off Yezo and the north part of Nippon, the isle, the Russian land swells out till the sea is but a strait, and the hills and ports of the Tsar get a much more close view of the Mikado's realm than China has. It was to the South Isles that the high seas and great winds drove the boatmen of the south, but in the Northlands there were bands of wild men who came down of their own will to Yezo and the isles nearby. Some of these were from the east shores of Asia, and some of them may have gone from a long way inland, where tales had spread to them of a land more fair to live in than their own, and of much good fish to be caught in the seas of these strange lands. It is known for a fact that these Aininu men dwelt in Yezo, and it is the sons of their race who still live there. Those who first made their homes in Shikoku and Kyushu were not from one race, as the men of Yezo, but came from many parts of the south of Asia, and formed what we call a mixed race. Some time after these men had found their way to Japan, but far back in the past, when that great man of the Bible, Nebuchadnezzar, was on the throne of Babylon, there came to the isles a great chief who first fought the tribes of wild men of Kyushu and Shikoku, who dwelt in small towns, each in the rule of a head man. When he had made them own him for their chief, he went on to Yezo, and there had more hard fight to set his sway on the race from the north. But he won at last, though for a long time there was but one way by which they could be kept in check. This was by the force of the new chief's vast troops. The strife, which first rose more than 2,000 years ago, was kept up for scores and scores of years. But the race of the new chief put down their foes in the end, and then all the races on the isles grew to be one, and that was the Japanese. This realm, which grew in time to be large and great, was first set up by Gimo Tenno 660 years ere Christ was born, and as it still stands, it is now near 2,250 years old, and Mutsuhito, the Mikado or great chief, who now sits on its throne, is the 123rd emperor of his race. Though there are tales of what took place ere Gimu came and set up his realm in the midst of the first men, naught at all is known for fact ere the year 660 BC, and much that is said of Gimu and some of the sons of his race, who came in his line for a long time, is naught but tales, and though these form a part of the story of the growth of the realm, all folks on our side of the globe at least know that they must not be read for truth. The Japanese think that heaven and earth were once all one, and that the sun and moon were goddesses that were born to a life that has no end, at the time when the earth and heaven first grew to be in 2 parts, And they think, too, that there were more gods and goddesses born at this time, and that Gimu was one of them, and that he came, in the year 660, from the great and holy mount of Kirishima, which is on the way from Hyuga to Ozumi. All the Japanese small folks are taught to look with awe on that fair height, which lifts its head far above the clouds, and to think of that time when the god Gimu came down to it out of the blue sky of heaven, that seems so near its peak, and set up on earth the realm of the Mikado, and gave Japan a line of emperors that still sit on its throne. That is why all the Japanese think their emperor and all his race are born gods, and can do no wrong, and that their souls go back to dwell in the sky when they die. The tale is that when Gimu had made himself lord of the whole land, his next step was to set up his chief town, and for that he chose the site of Kashiwabara, which is some miles from where the town of Kyoto now stands. Here he set up a sort of court, gave states or parts of the realm to the charge of his chief men-at-arms, made gifts to his troops in pay for their good work with the foe, and set out at once to give peace and good rule to his new realm. It was his wish to bring all the folks of the land to feel that they were all a part of one great state, and to put off warlike ways, and to learn the arts of peace. He took a wife, the Princess Tatara, and set the type of a good home life. His rule was long and wise. When he was near 130 years old, he died and left 3 sons. We cannot be at all sure that this man dwelt on earth, but the Japanese have been taught to think that he was a real man. They think he is now a god, whom it is part of their faith to love and bow down to. The emperor now on the throne speaks of him as his sire, and claims that he is come from Gimu, and is his son through a long line in which there has been no break. The first year of Japanese history is set down as that on which he took the throne at Kashiwabara, and the day is kept, like our own 4th of July, each year on the 7th day of the 4th month, or, as we would say, on the 7th of April. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Keren Smithies. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 2. How the Mikado's Empire became a real nation. From the first, the Mikados have had the right to name whom they choose to take the throne when they should die or have to leave it. And though, as a rule, it goes to the first son, the son has to wait for his sire to name him or to abide by his will if he thinks best to name one of his brothers. Jemu left his throne to one of his 3 sons when he died. He, in turn, left it to one of his sons, and so it was with a long line of whom we do not know much that is truth, though their names and some dates have been kept with great care in the list of the Mikados. And one of the first who wrote Japanese history tells long tales of their reigns and great deeds. Most of them were more than 100 years old when they died, and one of them is said to have been on the throne for 101 years. All of the 8 kings who sat on the throne in the years that passed from the time of Jemu till the date when Christ was born in the lands of the West, which was not thought of nor heard of in Japan, the chief Mikado of note was Shujin, whose reign was for more than half the century that came to an end with the birth of Christ. He was both brave and good, and gave much thought to the gods, we are told. And by him the rough tribes of the Isles were made much more like a real nation than they had been ere this. Up to this time, the Japanese were but a half-wild host, made up of folks from most all the lands near them. They were rude and strong, fond of sports, and in all ways much like the tribes of the East of those old times. But they left off their wild and rough ways more soon than most of them. To win in war made a man great, and gave him strength and force with those who knew him. This Su-jin had done in the days of his youth, and so he was the more able to lift his folks up when he came to be Mikado, for they felt that they could trust him to lead them. It was due to his zeal that the old faith of the realm, which had come with Jemu, was kept up, for folks had grown not to think of their gods by this time. But this prince made much of the rites and all that was due to the faith of his sires, and he built it up so strong that from that time to this it has kept a great hold on the Japanese. The folks had grown into some wrong ways since the days of Jemu. They did not think of their gods, and some of them did not try to do right, nor to please those who dwelt in the sky and had sent down Jemu and his race to live in and rule Japan. This gave the good Shu-jin much grief. He sent calls to the folks to give up their bad ways and be good, but they did not heed him, till a great plague came, which, the Japanese say, the gods would not check till the king made long fasts and prayed much to them, and had a great rite in view of all the world, that is, Japan, for in old times the Japanese thought their realm was the whole earth. When the plague did stop, which must have been when it could spread no more, or at a change in the weather, the folks were much struck with the signs of how great were their gods and their own sins, and they then took heed of the Mikado's call and sought to do the will of the gods with great zeal. By this means, Shu-jin soon did a great deal to raise the realm from the rough state in which he had found it to peace, good rule, and all the fine things for a realm which are meant by the one big word, civilization. There were in the house of the Mikado a mirror, a sword, and a ball, which Jemu had put there with much care as the sacred emblems of his god race, that is, things which the Mikado and all the men of the land were to look on as the type of what was most high to them, somewhat as Roman Catholics look on the cross. These Shu-jin sent out of his house for fear it was not well for them to be so near him, for his body was but of earth, though his soul was of heaven. And while he had a mirror, a sword, and a ball made, just like them, and put in a place of reverence, made for them in his own house, the real emblems were put in a small church built for them far off from the house of any man, where they could not be hurt in the least by aught that was not pure. Then he made his own girl child a priestess to take care of them, and to this day these things are in the shrines of Uji and E.C., where they were put in the year 4 A.D. They are still kept in the charge of a maid who is of the race of the Mikado and cannot wed. The small church or temple, which the Mikado built for the copies of the emblems, was the first of the shrines that have since been put up as part of each royal house that has been raised in Japan. Shu-jin's zeal for the good of the realm came out in more than one way, He did as much for its trade, its growth in wealth and strength as a state, as for the true faith. He made a law that all men and women of the realm should, each for a short time, leave their own work and give a share of their toil to the realm. The work of the men went for the troops, while that of the women was at their looms or in the field. This wise king did a great deal to put new ways of life in the place of the old ones the men had learned from their sires of the half-wild tribes of Asia. To make a just plan for them to pay their tax, he had the first lists made out of the folks in all parts of the land, which was the same scheme as that by which a census, as we call it, is made in our own land each 10 years or so. And he taught them, too, how to keep account of time. For Shu-jin to think this out for himself shows that he was a man of a great mind. He had boats built too, and did all he could to try to make the folks work more and do more, to take more in their boatloads when they set out with fish or the stuff that they had made or raised in their fields, to other ports to change for things they could not raise. In this way, they built up trade, and their wealth grew year by year as time went on. Then he taught them to make more of their land than they had known how to ere this, so that he's now known as the father of Japanese farming. He made canals himself and sent forth word that his folks should dig them too, so that the fields of rice need not want for water. This made the rice crops more large than they had been, but there were more boats to bear it to parts of the realm where it did not grow, and in this way the men of the north and south, east and west, came to deal with and to know each other. This kept them so that they did not grow not to care for any part of the realm but just that where they dwelt, which does a realm great harm. You can see by this that the rice trade of Japan is an old one as well as a large one. There are vast fields of flat lands with huge tanks full of water to be let out on the field when the right time comes, for rice is grown as well as sown in water. And the hillsides, too, are sometimes cut so as to form stages like great flights of steps, and more than one swift stream is turned from its wild course to flow smooth and calm through a long ditch cut through the rice fields of the hillsides. There was naught, it seems, that this good Mikado did not think of for his realm. Homework, home trade, good laws were not all that he left his folks. He made friends with Korea, and let one of the great chiefs of that realm of the West come across the sea of Japan and live on his lands. And he learnt from his guest good things which he made use of in his realm. As there were yet in the north part of the isles some wild tribes of the Ainos, or the first men of the land, who still held out as foes of the Japanese, and with whom these good farm folks of Yamato were in a sort of line war all the time, Shu-jin made up his mind to put the whole realm in charge of troops to guard its bounds and to keep its men and their homes safe from the foe. The whole land was marked off into 4 parts, and each part was put in the charge of a chief man-at-arms, which the Japanese call a shogun, and which we would call a general. This was the first stage of the Mikado's troop, which grew great as years went on, and which came at last to claim a large class from the Japanese race. But at first the ranks were made up from the hands in the field, the tradesmen, and from all the folks who left their work and went out to fight under the Mikado themselves, when there was a call to war, and who took their way back home as soon as it was done. It was in the reign of the next king, that storehouses were set up in the realm, and that some such plans as those for the troops of our own day were made to keep food and arms on hand, so that the men could set out at any time to put down an outbreak of their foes, or quell any such ill in their own lands. For some of the Mikado's own men were not yet much less rough and wild than those of the tribes from which they had sprung. In the far-off parts of the realm, there had to be a strict watch kept on them all the time, or they would rise in host and break out in much the same sort of fights as we still have to dread from our red men of the West. Someone who has dwelt in Japan and knows its tale well says that the Mikado's realm grew by war and fire and bloodshed, very much as our own race first got its hold on the land of the red men. The Japanese were warlike men from the first, and it was in the camps and field near the lines of their wild foes that their race of men-at-arms grew and learnt to love war and to live for naught but that, and to know all its arts and have so much more skill in them than the sons of other parts of the East. It was this army plan, too, which did a great deal to bind all the parts of the realm into one empire, so that it grew in strength as it grew in size, which it could not have done if it had been cut up in parts that spent their life in home wars. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by RebeccaTruestone. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 3, Life and Ways in Ancient Japan. The life and laws and ways of the Japanese have seen less change since the time of the first Mikados than that of most lands, though in all the East there has been far less change from age to age than has come in the same length of time to Europe and all lands of the West. In the first place, the Japanese got a good start. They were far less rude as a race than most of the tribes in that part of Asia, and so have had less to learn than they. 2, at least, of their first Mikados were great men, who thought out wise plans by which they built up a strong realm, whose many parts were bound into one great whole by firm ties. One man ruled them all. He was the head of their state as well as their faith, and was a son of the holy race which had been sent from on high to rule them and take care of their realm. But with all this, if the Japanese had made friends with and learned the thoughts and plans of the men of other lands, they could not have kept so firm in their own way, and it is due to that more than aught else that their realm was not split up and torn by bad home wars, and that in the long lapse of years, when great ills fell on the lands west of Japan, and vast changes of all sorts shook near all the rest of the earth, this realm of sea isles kept on in her own way, and grew more large and more strong, age by age, with not more than 3 or 4 such great changes as Russia, France, and Prussia had all the time in the course of near a score of centuries. Jimmu had found these isles a realm most fair to see. In the east and north its moors lay in long tracts of grass and reeds and bamboo cane, where wild beasts dwelt and gave the sports of the chase to the wild men of the soil. Its steep hills and its calm dells were grand and fair, and sometimes set thick with trees and green with grass or grown with wild flowers. Its men dwelt in small huts that stood in groups. They had no tame beasts. Their ways of life were rude and wild. They could fish and hunt, but they did not know how to do much else. In the course of time they learned to till their ground, for the race of Jim-u knew how to raise crops and work ores, which were found to lie in the earth of these isles. The men soon learned to dig for them and then to work them, and their wives learned how to weave and to spin, and then some of the men bought and sold the fruits of the soil and the goods that were made, and so trade grew, and with that all learned to put forth their strength to raise more and more each year, or to push on and make something more fine than had been yet tried. And so arts grew, and science and air long the folks who dwelt near the Mikado's court, or in or near the large towns, had quite left off their old rude ways and were like a new race. Like all wild men, the first Japanese thought that any one who was so brave and so great that he could lead in wars and win in large fights must be a god. And so when Jimmu beat the tribes of the south and some of the strong Ainos, and then set up his realm in the midst of them, and made himself chief lord of the sea-girt isles, it was not hard for him to make the tribes whom he had overcome think he had been sent from on high, and that he had full rights to rule them. If he was a god, so were his sons and all the children of his line. From this grew the first Japanese faith, which is known as the Shinto. It is yet one of the chief faiths of the land, and those who hold to it still think that the Mikado is the son of the great sun goddess, who is at the head of all that they pray to. But there is more than one god in Shinto. Those who hold to it think that all their great men who have fought in all the wars of the realm are gods. They bow down and pray to their sires as well as their kings, to their wise men and all who have done great work of any kind for Japan, while more high than all these they hold the sun or light, which they look on as a goddess, and fire and most of the forces of nature, that is, rain and wind, and all those things without which all that now has life on the earth would die. Each fief, each town, all parts of the land have their own saints or kami, and the whole realm is now set thick with shrines, and there seems no end to the gods and half-gods of the Shinto. But at first the folks did not have all these wayside shrines that now dot the whole land. The first men met on the hilltop, on the banks of the streams, and in the woods to lay fruits, fish, and game on a rude shrine of stone or earth, and give them to their gods in thanks for what they had had, or when they would pray for what they were in want of. They still have no idols, but they had priests in those days, as now, who wore white robes, made themselves clean in the bath, and took no food ere they laid these gifts of men on the shrines of the gods. The first law of this old faith is that those who hold to it must be clean and pure. The priests have to bathe a great deal and to put on clean clothes ere they go to pray or to their holy work, and all who walk in it are bound to keep themselves from all that is not thought to be pure and clean. At first none but the Mikado had a shrine to the sun goddess, but ere long a few were set up to her in the towns or where a few farm folks dwelt in a group of huts, and at last there came to be a great many to her. Then there were temples, but it was a long time ere the wayside shrines that one now sees in all parts of the land were set up in the woods or on the roads through the hills or tracts of farmlands. Twice a year, in the 6th and 12th months, the folks of the old times met on the banks of a stream, and there had a great Shinto rite. It was the time when all the realm could be made clean of its sins and its wrong ways, when men could bathe in the stream and pray and be pure. The odes that were made up to be sung to the gods at these rites were the first that are known to have been made in the Japanese tongue. The form of prayer that they then had is still in use by those who hold the Shinto faith. But this and the odes were not kept in writing. The Japanese of that day did not know how to write in any way, not even by signs. Men taught their sons what they knew, and so for a long, long time all the history laws, tales, and odes, or any sort of verse of the Japanese were kept in the minds of a few, who passed them from sire to son till someone thought of a way to write them down. Most of the world has learnt to draw and paint and to make statues, and has got most all of this kind of art from Greece, but the art of the Japanese is all their own. It was born in them, and is not like that of any other folks in the world. From the first they have known how to do their work in metals, and in china, which is more fine than the men of any other land have made or can make. But the world of the West had known the fine arts for a long time ere the Japanese seem to have thought that they could make copies of men and beasts in clay or wood, or that they could draw or paint scenes of their folks, their life, and their land. When they did wake to this, it was in the reign of Sujin or his son, and was near the time that Christ came to live on earth. There was a custom in the land that when a lord or great man died, his wife and 1 or 2 servants should die and be put in the grave with him. The son of Sujin tried to put a stop to this hard rite, and did check it, but not quite. In a few years after he sent out word to have it done no more, the empress died, and the folks of the land would have felt that it was not at all right to put her in the grave alone, but one of the men of the court, who had made some figures of clay, was able to have these put in the place of the real bodies. The Mikado was glad to hail this new plan. He would raise the man who made the figures to a high place and gave him the name of Haji, which means one who knows the art by which clay images are made. That put an end to the law that one man should die to be put in the grave with someone else, and it was the birth of fine art in Japan. But it was a long time ere the folks of that land did any more than rude work of this kind. There is no place in the world where men can do such fine work as the Japanese have long done in their use of metals in china and lacquerware, and in the way they weave silks and make it up in clothes. But for a long time they did not do much in the fine arts that are best known to the West. In time they learned how to carve figures as well as to form them out of clay, and they draw men and beasts with a more free and true hand than the artists of Europe have. but they have had to learn how to draw outdoor scenes so as to make them look right in the last few years, and they did not know at all how to paint in oils. But they used their own colors with as much if not more skill than the best painters of old times or late years. In the days of long ago, the first Japanese dwelt in small huts which they made for themselves. To build them, they stuck the poles of young trees with the bark still on them straight up in the ground, and across them bound more poles with a sort of rope made of vines or a rush that grew wild in pools nearby. This made the frame on which they put walls made of mats of grass, of boughs, or of rush, while on the bamboo framework of the peak roof they put a thick thatch which was of grass. The floors were of hard earth, while doors and windows were holes over which mats were sometimes hung. They were most plain in all ways, and in that they were like the Mikado's own home, for though this had more size than the huts of the folks, it was in old times as now a plain house with naught in it for show. For a long time it was no more fine or grand than those of his lords, and but for its size and that it stood a bit more high, you could not have told it from a temple or from the homes of most any of the high-class folks of the Japanese realm. Since it was the place where dwelt a man who was thought to be half a god, it was much like a temple, and as is still the rule with the Shinto, all that has any part with that faith has no need to make a show of wealth or pomp. So in his life, his home, his dress, and all else the Mikado was most plain. The shrines of the Shinto faith of today are built on the same plan as the huts of these first men of the realm, and the homes one now sees there are on the same plan too, though they are built with more size and more taste and have some good changes. The dress of those old times was made of the skins of wild beasts, and a coarse stuff that they wove of straw, grass, bark, and the fiber of the palm tree. For a long time the folks knew naught of the silks and the cotton goods that are now worn so much in Japan. Their dress was scant and plain. Some of the time they wore a long cloak with a belt, with leggings and sandals of straw. As that was about all they had for a full suit, there were, of course, times when less than that was worn. Their chief work was to hunt and fish, and their food was the flesh of deer or bears, and most all the beasts that were wild in the woods, while they also had much fish and the roots of plants. It was a long time ere the faith of Buddha was brought into the land to teach them that it was not right for them to eat the flesh of beasts. But when that time did come, they were taught to plant grain and use that for food. From the first, fish has been the chief food of the Japanese, and that is why most of the folks have made their homes and their towns on the line of streams and near the sea. The good work that Sujin began when he led his men to work their fields and raise all the fine crops they could has been kept up in all the time since, and now in the tracts where folks live, through all the length and breadth of those fair isles, there is scarce an inch of ground that is good or could be made so, that has not been put to the very best use for crops. If you should go to Japan, to the farmlands, you would see miles of hills and vales whose sides are made into stages, like tall pairs of broad stairs, for rice fields, you would see tracts of good, rich ground with a vast network of tanks and waterway spread through them, and broad tracts of green flat lands with not a fence on them, nor any beast, wild or tame, to harm them. In all this you would see what 2,000 years of hard toil and great care has done to make the land do its very best to bear rich fruits and great crops. Jimmu and his sons did not mean to let any part of the realm he had won from the first men of the Isles slip from their hands, so a plan was soon made to hold it all in the sway of the great lord. This plan was to mark off the land in sort of states or fiefs, each of which was put in the charge of a prince or chief, who was to take care that his folks did not break from the Mikado, and at the same time look out for their good in all the ways that the Mikado should think best. Sometimes these head men were lords of the Mikado's own tribe, and sometimes they were chiefs of the tribes that Jimmu had found in the land. All of them were like small kings in their own fiefs. They had their lands and their men, and no one but the Mikado was over them. To him they had to pay a tax, and to him they had to bow as their great lord. Some of the Aino chiefs did not quite like to own the sway of the Mikado, and the history of the first years of the Japanese Empire is full of tales of how now one, now more, broke out in vain trials to throw off the yoke. The space of land between Lake Biwa and the bays of Osaka and Owari was known as the Kenai, or 5 home states, and were the Mikado's own fiefs in his sole rule. The folks of these lands were bound to him by firm, strong ties, but in Shikoku and Kyushu of the South Isles, and the tribes that dwelt in the far west, north, and east, were not yet quite put down. These fiefs were held by their own chiefs, who were on good terms with the Mikado and paid court to him as their suzerain or head chief. When they got in feuds with each other, they would agree to take the case to him and bide by what he said. For he was so strong at arms, and his realm took up so much of the best part of the Isles, that they would have had to look on him as their grand chief anyway, but more than that, they all felt that he had come from heaven, and so there was no one above him to whom they could go. So he held his rank, and when word came from him, the tribes would hear and heed his voice, though they might be in the midst of one of their worst feuds. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 4 Tales of Early Wars. When Su-jin came to name the next emperor, the one who should take his place at his death, he found it hard to say which of his 2 sons he would choose. His love for both of them was the same, and he could not make up his mind to be more good to one than to the other. At last he thought of a plan by which he could find out which of them would make the best emperor. And one day he told them that they should come to him the next day and tell him what they dreamt that night. So when they had been through their bath and put on all clean night clothes, they laid down to sleep and to dream the dreams that would fix their fate. The next day they went to their great and good sire, and the first son said, he dreamt that he went up a high mount, and when he got to the top he stood, so that he saw far off to the east, and that he cut with his sword and thrust with his spear 8 times. Then the sire would hear what Su-i-nin, his younger son, had dreamt. He too had gone up the high mount, but he had stretched cords and snares on all sides of him, and tried to catch the birds that ate the grain. Then the emperor thought what these dreams could mean, and at last he said to his first son that since he had looked but one way, he would go to the east and be the chief of that part of the realm. But Su-i-nin looked round him on all sides, and he should be chief of all. You, my son, will be my heir, he said. So it was. The first son came to be the chief of the east and a great man at arms, while his brother took the throne, kept up the good work of his sire, and lived to reign in peace for near 100 years. Ere he died, Christ was born in the west, and it was in the year 70 A.D. that he left his rule in the hands of Tai-ko, whose reign was made great by the deeds of his son. This brave youth, Yamato-dake, the son of the 12th emperor of Japan, was fine to look at, as well as bold to fight, and his quick wit took him where his strong sword could not. The tales that are told of him, which most of the Japanese of this day hold to be true, are quaint and old, and show us more of the strange forms of the Japanese faith than of real facts in their history. But we are most sure that such a prince as Yamato-dake did once dwell in the sea-girt realm, and that he did fight great wars in the isles of the south and east, and bring large tribes of the Ainos to own his father's sway. It is said that he was brave and fond of war while yet he was a boy, and that in his youth he led a large force to put down an outbreak of the rude folks that dwelt in the isle of Kyushu. When he got there, he found that the foes were in camp, and his next wish was to find their chief. So he made himself look like a girl who would dance for the chief, for he was fair and full of grace. And in that guise he went to the guard of the camp, who thought so fair and sweet a girl would please the chief, and took the young prince to his lord at once. The chief did like the girl, and drew her to his own tent, where he soon found that his guest had come for a feat that was much more stern than a dance, for the brave youth threw off his guise and laid hold of the chief and took his life. This put an end to the strife in Kyushu, and gave the prince the name of Yamato-dake, which means warlike. It was more than 10 years ere he set out on his next great war. That was in the year 110 A.D., when the tribes in the east part of Japan broke out in wrath for the Mikado and his men at arms. The prince at the head of his troops went to put them down. He gave word for his men to halt when they got to Ra-ces, and there he went to the shrine of the sun goddess, where the symbols were kept, and are still, and while he left his own sword at the foot of the pine tree — all the shrines have a pine tree near them — he bore off that of the shrine which the good priestess gave him to fight his holy war. With this to aid him in his cause, he led the way on to the wilds of Suraga to fight the rough Ainos. But when they found he was near, they fled from the plains to the woods, and the safe spots in the hills, for the Ainos fought much as our red men do. They would not come to a fray in the field, where both sides could meet on the same ground, but they would hide, and, with trees or thick brush or some great rocks in front of them, they would shoot darts at their foes, while they kept themselves out of sight. There was no trick they were so fond of as to make their foes get lost in the thick woods where they were so much at home. They would hide themselves in the coat of some wild beast, and thus act as spies and scouts, while they made their guise cheat their foes and serve to trap them. Then too they would creep by stealth to the camp of the foe and set fire to the tents. At last, when they had drawn Yamato-dake up in their woods and high haunts in the hills, they set fire to the growth of brush that stood thick on the ground, and it was joy to them to see how the wind drove the flames on and on to the camp of the Japanese troops. But, the tale says, when they had come so near that the prince thought his force would all be lost, the sun goddess came to him, and he cut the grass round him with his holy sword, and so great was its might that the flames swept on no more, but as if they had had a check, they stood still, and then ran back to where the bands of Ainos were hid, and burnt all those that did not at once run off and leave the land to the prince. Yamato-dake gave thanks to the gods for this, and from that time the holy sword no more bore the old name of Cloud Cluster, which it had had since the days of Jimmu. The prince gave it a new name, the Grass Mower. When he had made his gifts to the gods, he set out to push his way far through the lands of the Ainos, and to add the great plain of the east, now known as the Ku-anto, to the Mikado's realm. First he had to cross the Hakone Mountains, and then he went on through the plain till he got to the bay of Yeddo. He thought, as this was a strait of no great width, that he could take his troops with ease to the land beyond, whose hills he could see so plain from the shore where he stood. But the brave prince did not know what winds and tides surged through the straits in that part of the bay, and with all his hosts he soon set out on a trip that was one of great fear and grief ere it came to an end. A storm came up, the seas rose high, and the poor boats were used so ill that the folks thought they would be lost. The prince was in a great fright. He thought that the sea god did not like something he had said, and that he had sent this storm to smite him. If that were so, there was but one way to check the storm, that was to make some gift to the god, and so put an end to his wrath. It had to be some great gift too, some man or woman, and it was hard to choose whom it should be. But the prince did not have to make the choice. His fair wife, Tachibana Hime, said she would give herself to the sea god for the sake of the rest. And when she had said goodbye to the prince, she left him in deep grief, and with one leap from their boat, she was lost in the mad waves. The sea drove the boat on for a time, but soon the storm died down, the sky grew clear, the bay calm, and the boat made for the shore. The new land to which Yamato-dake had come was Kadzusa, and he soon made himself lord of the tribes he found there. In the bounds of the great town of Tokyo, now at the head of this land, the site is still shown where the bold prince found his wife's comb, which was made of some wood of sweet scent, and which had lain on the top of the waves till they bore it to the shore. He built a shrine on the spot where he found it, and left the comb in it as a gift to the gods. and on that spot a Shinto shrine still stands, where the men who fish and live on the bay go to pray to the souls of the prince and his fair wife, who gave her life for the boatload that brought this land to own the Mikado's rule. When this shrine was built, and when he had the tribes well in hand, he set out to add more lands and more folks to the empire. He went to the north through Shimosa, and with his hosts with him kept on up the coast till he got to what the Japanese held to be the bounds of their realm. If you find the 38th parallel on your maps, you will know as near as anyone does where this was. In the lands on the north side of this line dwelt wild Aino tribes, who were proud of their race, of their right to their lands, and of their might and free state. When they heard that a great prince was come from Japan to put them down, they brought a vast host to meet him, and show him that he must fight hard ere he did with them as with the men of Kadzusa. Their first chiefs at the head of the hosts were on the shore in wait for the prince when his fleet came into view. It was a sight they had not seen nor dreamt of, this crowd of boats with their full sails that bore for the shore by some strange force that they could not see. "From the gods!" they cried. "We shall die if we draw bow on them." And so, when Yamato Dake set foot on the strand, the proud fierce chiefs fell down in awe, and with ease he brought all the tribes to own his lord, the Mikado, as their great chief. He was now glad to go back to his sire and his friends, but he did not take the most quick way to get to them, for it was his wish to learn as much as he could of this new land of the East. The tale which the Japanese tell of this long homeward trip is full of strange things. They tell how he went through some of the lands he had won on his way up, how while he took rest at Kai, he made the first distich or poem of 31 syllables, which is much used nowadays. They tell how he sent one of his chiefs from here to make peace in the northwest, while he went on to Shinano, a great stretch of high land, round which range some of the most high peaks and chains of mountains in all Japan. He took his men through the pass of Usui Toje, which has a wide fame with all who have been to these isles, and while he stood on some high point from which he could see the view of plain and hills and sea that spread out at his feet, as fair a one as there is in Japan, he thought of his lost wife, and in soft, low tones he said, "Adzuma, Adzuma," which means, "My wife, my wife." And to this day, Adzuma is the name that poets give to the plains of Yedo. It was a task such as had not been tried ere this, to cross the great hills of Shinano. There were no paths, and no one but the bold prince would have thought he could pick out a way through those steep, bright, smooth lava beds, swift streams, and dense fogs. The folks thought that the place was full of gods, and each loose stone by which they lost their hold on a ledge of rock, each fog or thick cloud that fell on them, and all the bad smells from the gas of the earth, or the peaks that sent forth fire, were signs of the wrath of some god. Once, when a white deer came up to Yamato Dake, it was said that this was the bad god of the hills come to vex him. He threw some wild garlic in its eyes, from which it died. Then fog and mist spread in the path of his host, So they would have met their death there if it had not been that a good god, in the form of a white dog, led them to the plains of Mino. Then, when they got near some foul gas, it was thought that the soul of the white deer had come on them, so that they were too weak to stand, which naught but the wild garlic that the men ate could drive off. When they had gone through the plains of Mino, and come to the tall mount of Ibuki-kama, which rears its great flat head far through the clouds, Yamato Dake made up his mind to break the strength of the bad gods who dwelt on this mount, and while he left his holy sword, Grass Mower, at its foot, he set out. But the god made itself a snake and tried to bar the way. The prince, in one leap, was past it, but the sky grew dark at once, and he lost his path, grew faint, and fell. He saw a spring nearby, though, and when he had had a drink, he could hold up his head. He had his men take him to Otsu in Ise, where he found at the foot of a pine tree the sword he had laid off when he went to put down the god. He was still weak, but he took great care to make gifts to the goddess at Ise, to tell all he had seen and done in the 3 years he had been gone, and to pray and give thanks that he had come through it all with his life. Then he sent word to his sire of what he had done, told him that he was nigh to death and would like to see him. But he died ere this could be. His corpse was laid at Nobono in Ise. The tale says that a white bird flew up from his tomb, in which there was naught left but the wreath and grave robes of the brave prince. The bird, it is said, flew to the plain of the Kolo Playeres in Yamato, which from that time has been known as Misazaka Shiratori, or Imperial Tomb of the White Bird. That was in the year 113 AD. Yamato was then 36 years old, and since that time shrines have been set up to him in most all parts of Japan, and to this day folks pray to him as a god. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 5. Japan's First Foreign Conquest. The Mikado Seimu took the place of old Keiko, whose son, Yamato Dake, had been dead most a score of years ere his soul went to join that of the brave prince. When Seimu's reign of 60 years was done, Chinai took his place, and he was the spouse of the great Empress Jingu Kogo, who led the most grand war told of in the tales of Japan since the first great feat of Jimmu. Jingu was fair to look at, good, quick of mind, strong and brave. She paid great heed to the gods, and they, the Japanese would tell you, chose her out of all the good folks of the realm to be the one who should hear their will and know their plans for the good of the realm. They told her what great things the Japanese might do, and she had the faith to go where they said, and a bold, brave heart that knew no fear on sea or land, in peace or war. In the first year of her lord's reign, there was an outbreak of some of the tribes in Kumaso, a part of Kyushu, and Chi-u-I, at the head of his troops, went down to make peace, while his wife and some of his folks came on in ships. Jingu's heart was full of hope that they might win in this war, and by it join all the Kumaso folks to their throne. She went to pray on one of the isles of the inland sea, and while at her shrine, one of the gods spoke to her and said, "Why do you wish so much to gain sway in Kumaso? That is but a poor place, not worth the cost of this great war you would make. But there is a rich land, sweet and fair, bright with gold and ores, and gems of all sorts that have much worth. It lies in Shiraki, that is Korea, and if you pray and make gifts to me, and keep your thoughts on me, I will lead you to that land, and will give it into your hands, yet cause you to shed no blood. And I will give you sway in Kumaso as well." Jingu told this to her spouse, but he did not share her faith that it was words come to them from the gods. He went up to the top of a great hill, from which he could see far to the west. But as all sea and no land met his view, he said, "I see no new lands. If there is not some in the sky, then you tell me what is not true. My sires paid their court to all the gods. Is there any to whom they did not pray and make gifts?" The gods, through Jingu, sent word that if the Mikado had doubts and thought that what they said was not true, then they would not aid Chi-u-I, but his good wife should go to the new land and herself win all its wealth. But Chi-u-I went on in his war with the folks of Kumaso, and they beat him. Then, while in camp, he fell sick and died. But the troops were not told of his death, and the brave Jingu, with the Mikado's chief man of state, went on with the strife till they won the field. Then the brave empress thought of the realm of the west, which the gods had told her of, and when she had tried some tests to see if her course were right, and found that the gods were still with her, she set out to cross that great stretch of strange sea, which is so broad that she could find no trace of the land that bounds it on the west. It was a great task to make up all the troop and to build all the ships she would need. But she had no fear of great tasks. She sought the aid of her chief men at arms, whom she said she would lead, in the guise of a man. If her scheme should fail, she would take all the blame, but if it did not, the praise should be theirs. The men swore that they would stand by her and go where she led, to the end. They set to work. Troops were brought in from all parts of the realm, and at last, when Jingu had gone through her last rites to the gods, and had made her last charge to her men as to how they should act in the new land, and to the new folks they were to meet, they set out with this word from the god who had led her to take this bold step: "The spirit of peace will at all times guide you and take care of your life. The spirit of war will go on in front of you and lead your ships." The brave empress, as well as her seamen, did not know just where Korea lies. They had no chart and no compass, but with the sun stars, and the flights of birds as the guides meant by the gods, and with winds, waves, and tides right to aid them, they made a quick and safe trip, and brought their ships to beach in the south part of Korea. It was a fine bright day, and the sun shone on the arms of the host, as rank on rank they set foot on the shore, till they made such a grand show that the Koreans were struck with fear and awe. The king of this part of the realm, who had been told that a strange fleet from the east was in sight, felt the same as his folks, and cried out, "We did not know that there was a land outside of ours. Have our gods left us?" It seems as if he did not think he could drive the Japanese out, but at once sent his men to meet them with a white flag borne on high, to show that they meant peace. The two bands met on good terms, and Jingu had been but a short time in this strange land, when its folks gave themselves and their wealth up to her, and made an oath that they would own the head of Japan as their great chief, that they would send some of their wealth to this chief from time to time, and some of their best men too, that the Japanese might be sure that they still held to their oath, and have no cause to come with their troops on any more such trips as this one. Streams might flow backward, they said, or the small stones in their beds leap up to the stars, yet they would not break their oath. So Jingu said she would not make war, and the king had 80 of the ships well stored with gold and silks, and wealth of all kinds, and 80 men of high rank were put on board as his pledge of good faith. With these Jingu and her vast host went back to Japan. They had been gone but 2 months, and in that time had done the most grand thing in all their history, a feat more great than the wars of Jimmu, for with all that she had done, no blood had been shed and no life lost. It was the first time the Japanese had gone to a strange land to fight, and to this day they take great pride in it, and tell how they first made "the arms of Japan shine beyond the seas." When Jingu got home, she had a son whom the Japanese look on as the god of war. Then the death of Chi-yu-ai was made known, and in due form the empress went through the rites of the dead ere she made her way back to her court. This was in the 863rd year of the Japanese Empire, or as we count the years, 203 A.D. Jingu kept the throne for near 70 years more. It was a reign in which much new thought and new ways of life came to the realm from the Koreans, who got their ways from the Chinese, but of whom the Japanese had not heard ere this. Then, too, Jingu made a great change in the plan on which the empire was laid out. The Mikado, who held the throne ere Chi-yu-ai's time, had cut it up anew from the old rough plan of the fiefs that were held by the shoguns, which Su-jin laid out in the year 25 A.D. But now Jingu made a new plan, like that in Korea, with 5 home states, in which was the chief town and the seat of the court, and 7 more states, or do, as the Japanese call them, whose names show which way they lie from the seat of the empire. This form, for the most part, has been kept till now, though in those days the folks knew much less of the size and shape of the isles that make up their realm than they do now. All parts were known by these do names, and there were not, as we might think, names for each of the isles by itself. In fact, it was not till a long time that they came to know that the main isle, Haudu, was an isle. If you should hear folks call this main isle Nippon, you may be sure that they do not know the Japanese well, for to them that name stands for the whole land. Jingu and her son Ojin are now great gods in the Shinto. There are a host of shrines to them in all parts of the realm, and men of arms and men of the sea pray to Ojin as the god of war, like Mars was to the Greeks in days of old. And boys are taught to look to Jingu and to think of her life and brave deeds, as if she were a man in whose steps they must try to tread. She is put with the great men, not the women, when on the 5th of May each year the pictures, dolls, and figures of the house are brought out, and the youths are told tales of those sires who have done grand things for the holy realm of Dai, great, Nippon, and are taught that they must try to be as great and good as their sires. It was a tide of new life that this great queen brought to her realm when she made Koreans take an oath to send her of their wealth and their men as a pledge of their faith to her. For 5 centuries, from the 3rd to the 8th, this new stream of life bore on its flood a great load from Asia to Japan of all those things which make folks more fine and less rude, and give them a taste for what things are good and pure and high, in place of wild ways, strife and war. That is, it gave the Japanese a love for books and taught them how to write. It gave them a new faith, which did much to change and raise the Shinto, but did not wipe it out. It taught them how to think and gave them new views of life. It told them of laws, of how to heal the sick, of more of science, and gave them much new light on art. Folks from the West came to live in the land, who could teach the Japanese how to use their hands as well as their minds in ways they knew naught of ere this. Though this great change took its start in Jingu's time, there are few tales told of who came to Japan from Korea in her reign. In her son's day, we read of some 300 tailors who came, and most 300 fine steeds that were sent as a gift from the king. And it was then, too, that a man who had read books a great deal, and was well learnt, came to dwell at the court for a while, and taught the Mikado's son how to write. Quite a long time went by, though, ere much use was made of this new art by the Japanese, and it was not till 403 A.D. that there was any one kept at court to make note of what took place in the realm. Near this time some mulberry trees were brought from the west and set out, and the care of silkworms came to be known here as in China and Korea. The two realms seem to have been on the best of terms, for some of the Koreans who went there must have gone of their own will. There were great bands of workmen, tradesmen, and plain folks of all crafts who went from Korea to make themselves at home in the strange isles of the East. Japan must have thought a great deal of her new realm too, for she used it well, and once when the food gave out there, the Mikado sent vast loads of grain to the poor folks. In the year 552, there came to the sea-girt empire as friends some men from the court of China, as well as quite a band of Koreans, some of whom had great gifts in science and art, and some who were priests of Buddha. This was the great faith of the lands west of Japan, and was not at all like the rude Shinto. It soon spread till it got a strong hold on the folks, rich as well as poor, and for years it has been the chief faith of most of the Japanese, as it is of near 1/3 of all the folks on the globe. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Todd DeSilva, London, Ontario. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 6. How Japan Fell Under Military Rule. For near 600 years from the time of Jingu, not much is known of what took place in this realm of the Far East. There is a long list of the Mikados who held the throne, with now and then a few notes of what they did with Korea and China. But in the course of that long time, we know that the faith of Buddha and some of the Chinese modes of rule got firm root in the land. Someone has said that these brought to an end the golden age of the Mikado's sway. Ere long, the Emperor and his chief man of state took the new faith, and a vast change was wrought in the realm. For one thing, it broke up the long reigns that had been one great cause of strength of the throne, and in more ways than one it made the Mikado lose part of his hold on the folks, and led to a new sort of rule. In the 8th century, the court did a great deal to spread this faith. The men whose place it was to wait on the Mikado were full of zeal to do all that the creed calls for, and to be well learnt in the holy books of India. Word was sent that 2 great shrines and a tall church, which is known as a pagoda, 7 stories high, should be built in each fief of the realm. The ranks of the priests grew to great size, and there were scores of homes built for these men who had a wish to be monks, and for the rest of their lives to read the Buddhist books, and live for naught but their faith. The emperors and the empresses, too, thought much of how they might spread this new faith through their whole realm, and it soon came to be the way with the Mikados to leave the throne when they had held it for a few years and turn monks. They would shave their heads, as a sign that they were to have no more to do with the world, and would take the name of Hu, which means the Emperor Monk of Buddha. The Mikado who took the place of Ojin had a long reign, but that of the next one was short, and so it went for a long time. When a Mikado held the throne for a year or so, he would leave it to his son, who might be but a year or 2 old, and this boy would do the same, so that the realm was in the hands of the chief monks, the men of state of the court, and not in the sway of the throne at all. Of course, this was bad for the rule, and for the folks who could not look up to their Mikado, as those of old had done to the brave men-at-arms, and the kings of firm will and wise minds, strong frames and good health, who had led their troops in great wars, and had the good and the growth of all parts of their realm at heart. But while the race on the throne grew weak, the class that bore arms, which, as we know, was made to have a good deal of sway in the days of the first Mikados, grew more strong, and at last they made a great change in the form of rule in the Japanese Em-pire. From the time that Jingu's war had let the flood of life come in from the west, more than one change had crept in, which, in a still way brought forth a new state of things in the whole land in the course of time. But the two things that did more than aught else to mold the life of the Japanese into what the rest of the world found it less than a score of years ago were Buddhism and feudalism. The new faith, which came first, led a large part of folks to give up their old gods or look at them in new light, to change in part their aims in life, their ways, and even their food. And more than this, its priests brought to the realm the germs of new arts and taught the folks to read, write, and speak the tongue of China, and made known to them not a few new kinds of work, which the quick minds of the Japanese soon made their own, and wrought out with such skill as it's seen in no place else. The work of Buddhism was to mold the minds and the ways of folks. That of feudalism was to put the realm in the rule of the shoguns, and to cut it up into fiefs, in each of which a daimyo, or chief, held sway like a king. His life was spent to gain lands and win in wars. His home was a vast fort, in the chief town of the fief, with stout walls, through which no strange man could go till he had shown he had a right to, and his household was like a small town of men-at-arms, who kept guard for their lord in peace and fought for him in war. In this the Middle Ages of Japan were like those of Europe, in both of which feudalism rose at the same time, through when it came to an end in the 15th century. In Europe, it was just on the rise to its height in Japan, where it was brought to a more high state than in any land of the East. For a long time ere this class rose to any great strength, the realm was for the most part in the hands of some lords of high rank, who did not bear arms. From them the knights of the field made up their minds to get the reins of rule. These were the Kugi, or court lords, of the proud Fujiwara stock, the first great race in Japan, which was not of the Mikado's house. They said they came from Am-i, who served the grandsire of Jimmu. The first great lord of this house, by some means, rose with the folks at court till he came to be Baku, or regent, for one of the young Mikados, and to take this post, which was the most high that any subject could hold, came to be the right of his race. From this house sprung the chief lords of the realm. At first they held chief rank in arms as well as at court, but ere long they grew so fond of ease that they left the fame and spoils of war to be won by those who would fight for them, while they gave themselves up to life at court, where they had full sway and rank next to the Mikado's own house. They made themselves a bar to cut the Mikado off from the mass of his folks, at a time when on the gulf grew to be still more wide, till at last he was like a man that did not dwell in the same realm with them at all. He was not seen by any one but his wife, the folks of his own house, and a few of his most high men of state. He sat on a throne of mats, with a screen in front of him, and his feet did not touch the earth at any time. And when he rode out, he was shut in from the view of the folks of the street. Thus, while his sway with the folks grew weak, that of the Fujiwara grew strong, till at last these lords got a great deal of the rule of the realm in their own hands. They put themselves in the chief posts of trust and strength, and ere long did with the empire as they chose, and made use of the young Mikados, who were mere boys, as tools to do their will. The throne lost its rights so far that when a Mikado had a wish to have any real sway in his realm, he would find he could gain it more as a monk than as the emperor on the throne. But for the most part, the rule was in the hands of his proud race, till the Taira took it from them by might at arms. For 1,000 years, from the time of brave Queen Jinju till the great home war of the 12th century, the worst in all her history, the tale of Japan is made up of less of the deeds of the Mikados or of the realm in his hands than of the feuds and fights of these lords and their kinsmen, who were high-born, rich, and some of them of grand and brave deeds. For the class that bore the arms of the empire and fought her wars did not long let the Kugi class have the best of things at home. So much the more could they fight their own wars. The emperors themselves were not all good men. One whose name was Buretsu, and who had quite a long reign for those times in the last of the 5th century, and the first of the next, is said to have been hard and fond of coarse sports, like the Roman Emperor Nero. He would make his folks go up trees that he might fire on them and kill them. And he thought it great sport to catch folks and kill them when they did not know he was near. In the time of Baidatsu, who took the throne near 80 years after the time of the Japanese Nero, quite a bad war was led on the Buddhists by a man whose name was Moriya. He tore down the holy things from their shrines, and burnt not a few of the shrines, but the strife was put down in the reign of the next Mikado, and Moriya was slain. But peace was still far off, for the ranks of the men-at-arms were large and strong in these days, and war was their joy, as well as their work in life. If they did not have it at home, they made it somewhere else. In the reign of Tenshi, near 100 years from the Moriya's war, a great host in a large fleet went to Korea, where they made the king leave his throne and the folks own the Mikado of Japan as their chief. But they did not meet with as good luck as this, when, in the same reign, they went to China. Thus the tale of the realm of the Isles goes on till the great war of the 12th century, when the Buki, or knights-at-arms, of the house of Hi, or Taira, and the house of Gen, or Minamoto, fell out in a great strife and brought on the worst home war Japan has known. It was the Taira clan, led by Kiyomori, who won in this war, and he was the first shogun, or general, as we would say, who got the might of the throne out of the hands of the Mikado, or his regent of Fujiwara blood, and made that great change in the form of rule by which ere long the emperor came to stand at the head of the realm in naught but name, and as the chief of all priests and monks in the faith, while some chief at arms in the post of the great shogun was at the head of state as well as all the troops, and had charge of the realm in peace as much as in war. The great strife and the change of rule that marks this time as one of much note in the past of Japan came to pass in this way. As the Mikado's sway had grown weak, and the Hyugi and the Buki had grown more strong, each came to have a great deal of ill will for the other, and each had a wish to be first in the realm and to get the Mikado in its own hands. And this ill will grew and grew till at last it broke out in a great feud and threw all the realm into dread and strife. As long as the Gen and Taira kept to war, the Fujiwara had naught to dread from them, and saw them grow great in their fame with no fear. But there were times of peace now, and when the bold, brave generals had time to see how the men who ruled the realm they fought for took their ease and dwelt in the wealth and peace. They had no such good things, but it was not long ere they made up their minds that they would like them as much as the Fujiwara. So they went to live at Kyoto, the chief town of the realm and the place where the court was held, and where all the great and rich lords dwelt. At the same time, the Kugi saw that if they did not take care, the fame these chiefs won in the wars would raise them too high in the state. Now the court, which had no might at arms itself, was most glad to have these chiefs put an end to these brawls when they rose. But the court lords did not like it at all when there came to be signs that the Buki would be as great as they. Their first step to check this was to make a rule that the court should not give high rank to any Taira or Gen, let his claims be what they might. Then they sent word that the bands of self-made men-at-arms, which had spread through a large part of the realm in the past few years, must not join the ranks of the shoguns. But this did not do much good, for the men did as they chose, and they did not choose to leave chiefs who paid them so well, and of whom they had grown so fond. They then tried to set one clan to check the other, and that, too, did not work well. But if they could not make any one else serve mean tricks on those great shoguns, they did it themselves. When the Gen clan brought all the north of the Hondu into the empire, and for most a score of years kept the whole of the Kuanto in peace, and went so far as to pay costs that the realm should have borne from their own funds, they made the court take no note of it all. And when the chiefs asked for some gifts or pay for the men in the ranks who had fought for all of this, the Kugi sent no word back at all, and would not so much as let the Mikado own that they had done in his name, but spoke of the whole thing as some feuds of their own. So the Gen and the Taira chiefs took it on themselves to give grants of land to their men, and thus most of the men-at-arms grew to feel still more bound to their shoguns, and to think less of the court. Step by step, the Gen clan, which was the more strong of the two, got hold of some of the posts of note in the rule of the state, and all might have still gone well if these two great clans could have kept on good terms. But the house of Gen could not bear to see the men of Taira raise in fame, and the Taira, just as bad, felt a pang each time they saw a Gen gain a jot in name, or rank, or wealth. At last a cause was found to bring them to strife, which was the claims of two princes to the throne. It was clear that the side which won and made its prince, the Mikado, would hold first rank in his realm, and they fought in a long, hard strife for the prize. The chief who led the side that won at last was Kiyomori of the Taira race. He was a young man who had been full of fire and life, and thirst for fame from the time he was a small boy. He had been bred to arms, and ere he was a score of years old, he had made a cruise of much note to get hold of some sea thieves that had done a great deal to vex the Japanese. Part of his life was spent at Kyoto, and part in the field of war at the south, so he knew the ways of town and court, as well as of war. When the time came for him to take the place of his sire as one of the chief men of state, it was the same year that the two princes laid claim to the throne, and the house of Taira looked sides with the Kiyomori, while his foe had the aid of the Gen or Minamoto clan. It was in a way like England's War of the Roses. The Taira, with their red flags, and the Gen with their white, fought hard, each for its own prince. The Taira won, for they got the house of the emperor out of hands of all the rest, and their prince was put on the throne. And from then till now, no one in the realm has had so much sway as the head of the set on the side of the Mikado. Kiyomori now had the rule of all Japan in his own grasp, for the Mikado knew it was through him that he had the throne, so he gave him his way in all things, as he could not get help but do. Kiyomori let no chance go by to raise himself and his house, and at last he held a place in the realm at the head of all the rest of the great men of state, and the sons of his race were in most of the best posts, both at court and in arms, and he too kept his place in the guard at arms. This is how the house of Taira came to be the most strong in the realm, and more strong than the Fujiwara had been. This is how, too, that the shoguns and the rest of the class that in times past had no place but on the field of war, now came to have the whole of the realm in their hands. It was the first of what is known as the military rule, which brought great change to Japan, and was kept up for 700 years, for it fell but a score of years ago. Kiyomori was at the head of all Japanese troops, and ere long he was in all but name the emperor of the realm. He had rid himself of all his foes in court and out of it. He and 80 of his kinsmen held most of the high posts in the realm. They had great wealth, for the tax of more than 30 fiefs went to them. They built grand homes in Kyoto and elsewhere, and at last he made 2 of his sons shoguns of first rank, and his girl child the wife of the boy Mikado then on the throne. The Fujiwara had no might at arms, and were, by the rise of the Taira, put in the shade for all time, and Kiyomori did not rest till he had, as he thought, got all the genfolks out of his way, so that through a long line the race of the Taira might be the chiefs of the great empire of the rising sun. But his wish did not come to pass. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by mildmeme. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 7. The Rule of the House of Gen. Though Kiyomori had put to death the chief men of the House of Gen, lest they should rise up in their strength and drive him from the high place he had won, he had said he would spare the lives of 2 of the old chief's sons. The first one, from whom he had the most to fear, was dead, he thought, and the young ones were sent to live with some Buddhist monks and grow up to be priests. But Kiyomori should have known that these boys had the hot blood of their brave sires in their veins, and since he had been so bad as to kill them, he should have done the same to their sons if it was his wish to keep all that he had won for his own race. The first son, Yoritomo, had got off with his life as well as the 2 young ones, though he was in the last fight which his sire had lost and had the ill luck to fall in the hands of one of the Taira men. But through the aid of some folks who felt for the boy, he was not put to death, but was sent to live far off in the fief of I-ye-yas-u, in the care of 2 Taira men. He had all the gifts of a great man. His will was strong, his heart brave. He knew how to feel joy, grief, or wrath and not show them in his face, as he had to both in the fall of his race and in the ills of war. At the same time, he won the love and best will of those he was with. So, when the proud, hard ways of Kiyomori got to such a pitch that a prince of the blood made up his mind to rid the realm of him if he had to put him to death, this prince knew that Yoritomo and the Gin clan would be just the men to help him. He wrote to Yoritomo, and he in turn wrote to his bold young brother, Yoshitsune, and to his friends, to join him and take up arms to put down the old foe of their race. Now there was not in all the isles of the realm a knight more great and good than this Yoshitsune. He was not so old as his brother by 12 years, but he was, as we say, the flower of his age. He had been put with his small brother to live with the monks when his sire was put to death, but he had too much love for life and sports, and was too true a son of the shogun to want to spend his years with books. So one day he ran off from the monk's house with some man of trade who had come from the east to sell steel to the folks who dwelt near the monks. The man did not want to take him, but the boy would go, and they soon came to be warm friends. On their way, they made a stop at Kadzusa, which was then a prey to a band of thieves, with whom Yoshitsune had some fights, and did such bold deeds to drive them out that his friend had to beg him not to put forth his strength too much, or the Taira would hear of it and know at once from what race he came, and that would be the end of him. So the young man kept as still as he could, and went on with his friend to Mutsu, where he went to live with a prince of the old Fujiwara house. He spent his time in the chase, in the sports of which he was fond, and in drill at arms, and in the meantime grew to be strong and brave, and in all things the type of a Japanese knight. When the call came to him from Yoritomo, he went to the field at once, and the grand fight that he made for the pride of his race did more to place the house of Gin at the head of the state and to drive out the Taira than all the spread of Yoritomo, though he got the place of chief and most of the spoils. In the first of this fight, when the Taira race and the house of Gin met in strife once more, the Taira beat Yoritomo, and he had to flee for his life. But he found a new band that would let him lead them, and ere long he made up a large force from the folks who had once been led by his sires, but who till now held back in fear of the might of the Taira sway. Like the true Japanese shogun that he was, when he found the folks glad to join him, he lost no time ere he had made up a large force and got them all in fine shape for war. He woke his clan to a new life, and drew to his side not a few of the men who had lost their love for the Taira, or had found their schemes at court to fail, and would now put forth all the might they had to push on the plans of their great archfoe. In the meantime, Kiyomori had been at work, and had got up a large force which was sent to the east just in time to get to one side of the Fuji River, just as Yoritomo came up to the other. But this is the most swift of all the streams in Japan, and though both troops had a great wish to meet and fight, they could not cross the flood. At last the Taira took flight and fled in haste, sure that the Gin were at their heels, while they, for their part, soon went back to Kamakura, where Yoritomo set out to build a great town that in time came to be more grand in size and wealth, and to have more sway in Japan than old and great Kyoto itself. He now made it his work to build up the might of this town and fix the sway of the Gin house here, and to wipe out the name of Taira from the face of the earth. In the meantime, his brother and brave kinsfolk led the host in the fierce war which soon spread through the whole realm. Ere long, Kiyomori fell sick and died at Kyoto, and his son soon took his place at the head of the house of Taira. But the star of that race was now on its downward course, for the Gin troops won in the east, in the north, and the west, and at last they got to Kyoto itself, the chief town, the seat of the court and state in their hands. The Taira, the young Mikado, his folks and near friends had to flee, while his brother was put on the throne, and the wealth of the proud Taira went to the chief who had sent them forth. Yoshitsune, then the first man-at-arms of the whole realm, went so far as to lay siege to the forts where the Taira had tried to set up their strength, and to plan means by which to get back what they had lost. And he drove them from place to place till at last they were on the sea, where each had a fleet of junks that met in a great fray that was to bring the dread war to an end. Though the Gin had all the odds in this fray, the Taira fought best, and would have won if one of their men had not been false to them and lent aid to Yoshitsune. It was a fierce fight to the end, and the day was not won till there was scarce a child of the Taira left in all the fleet. Then all that were on land were sought out and put to death, ere their foes felt free to be gay over the great things they had done, and the way they had paid off to the race of Kiyomori the score he had left them when he slew their sire to make way for his own rise. While this dread strife went on, Yoritomo's great task was to build up his strength and sway at Kamakura, and to keep on in his plans till he had the whole of the real rule of the land in his hands. So it came round that Japan at last was under twofold form of rule. The Mikado at Kyoto was still the emperor, and held his court at the great head of the realm. Though no one else had such a thought as to take the throne, his reign was not his rule, while the great shogun, who still had to own the Mikado as his chief, had the reins of rule. He had a seat and a sort of court of his own, 300 miles from that of the Mikado's. He made more than one charge in the state, chief of which was to form a council which saw to the ways and needs of the realm. He set up a court, too, which tried all who did any crime, most of all the thieves, of which there were then great bands in Japan. Scores of new ways to deal with the folks were laid out and brought up to the Mikado, who let them be put in force in his name, though some of them were far from the old forms of his sires, and not just what he would have done himself. In this way, Yoritomo got the royal word to wipe out the Taira house from all the posts of trust, and to put his own kin in their stead. He took arms and all tools of war from the monks, too. They had come to have great stores of this sort, and could use them with much skill, so that when they felt they had cause to fight, they could oft send out as fine a set of troops as was kept by the state in any part of the realm. They had wealth, too, and so far lost sight of the aim they laid claims to in life, that they kept themselves like sets of real troops in trim to break forth any day and fight the cause of any side they chose to take. This was not good for the realm, and Yoritomo soon broke it up. Thus, step by step, he got more rights from the throne, and brought things round to suit himself, till at last he had a sure place at the head of the realm. In the 5 great fiefs shoguns were put in charge, where there had been governors of the civil class. In the small fiefs, the civil governors were made to share their posts with, or to yield them in all but name, the chiefs-at-arms of the Gin race. And in all parts of the realm a tax was laid on to keep them in troops, so that a good force might be on hand at all times, and there would be no need to call out the troops of the east where small feuds broke out in strife. Ere long he sent folks to live in the lands of the north and the east, which had been made to own the sway of the Mikado and pay tax to him. Soon those lands were made a part of the realm, with the same form of rule as the rest. Still more lands at the north did he add, and from the year 1180 on he had more might than any man in the empire, even the Mikado himself, and all the lords of the court paid to him the most high honours that were known to them. In that year he made a visit to the Mikado, and when he went back to Kamakura, it was with more sway in the state than the old Fujiwara had held at any time, and more might at arms than the great house of Taira had known. In a few years he was made Seitai Shogun, or Great General, which was a rank that had not been known in Japan ere this, but which was kept up till 1868. From that time, it meant much more to be a shogun than it had in the past. It meant so much that folks who went to Japan from strange lands thought that there were 2 heads of the empire. But that was not so. Great as was the shogun's rule, it was at all times in the name of his lord, the Mikado at Kyoto. With the last rise of Yoritomo, peace came to Japan, and the great general spent the prime of his life in plans to make his rule sound and sure, and to have his sons and all his race brave and strong, so that they could hold the place he had made for them through all the years to come. But there is one blot of his fair name. So long as he could use men for his own aims, he was good to them. But as soon as he thought they might come to be great in themselves, in fear that they might rise to outshine him, he got them out of the way. And most of all he did this with his good brother Yoshitsune, who in truth won more for Yoritomo than the great shogun did for himself, but who won so much love from all folks, as well as such great fame by his deeds in war, that his brother came to fear lest he should rise too high, and then to hate him, and at last to give word to have him put to death. But though Yoritomo got all that he tried to, and more, and ranks as one of the first of all Japan's great men in the state and in arms, it is not he, but Yoshitsune, whose name is now held most high, whose place is thought to be with the gods, and to whom the folks have built shrines and pray. The young folks are told the tale of his life and his great deeds. His face is on their kites, and they all think of him as the type of what a true Japanese knight should be. Yoritomo spent his life to serve himself, and when he died his rule fell, his town was burnt to the ground, and he was put in his grave with few to think of him in time to come. But his young brother's fame still lives, and the boys of Japan are still taught to be good and brave and to have high aims in their lives as this knight of old had in his. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 8 The Ways of War in Feudal Times. It was in Yoritomo's day that feudalism spread itself through most all parts of the realm. It got its start back near the close of the 8th century, when the court made the plan to have a force of home ranks in each part of the realm, and to raise such a host of new troops had said that all those of the rich farm folks who were strong and smart, and who knew how to use the bow and ride a horse well, should bear arms, and form a new class, known as the samurai, while the rest, who were weak of mind or limb, should keep on and till the soil. And, more than that, it was said that there should be not to keep any of the samurai who fought well and bore themselves like true knights from the high posts that a man-at-arms could hold. Thus there was a prize in view for each of these farm-born guards, and not a few of them soon won a place and high rank in their troops. But ere a plain man like this could be put in charge of the Mikado's troops, he must needs go to Kyoto to serve as a court page, wait on some great lord, or fill some place where he could learn how things were done in the name of the throne. But they learnt more than that at court. They learnt how court folks did for themselves at Kyoto. They saw the strife for rank and fame that went on all the time with the lords great and small. And when they went back to their homes, their minds were full of plans to do the same thing in a small way. The folks where they dwelt were sure to think more of them for their stay at Kyoto, and all they must have learnt of the ways at court than of those who had not been to town. And so they oft came to rule quite large parts of the fiefs in which they dwelt. When they were sent for at Kyoto, they would not go, nor did the Kuge governors of the fiefs dare to do aught to them, for they had arms and steeds, and men in their train to make up a good strong band for fray. In this way, a large class grew up and spread through Japan, who call themselves men-at-arms, though they would serve any great chief for pay, and who did a great deal to help on small feuds and clan fights, which were apt to spread till the whole fief was in a brawl, and the court would have to send out a force in charge of a taira or gen chief to check the strife. Now these chiefs, or shoguns, would not make up all their force from the ranks of the realm, but would get the aid of some such bands as those he was sent to quell, who were not yet in the brawl, but were at all times glad to take part in a fray if they knew they would be well paid for it. Thus you see these men who took up arms in their own right grew more strong and not less so, as would have been best for the court rule. And as time went on, there grew to be ties that bound the men in clans to this or that chief for whom they fought, so that they would not leave him for anything. In the meantime, the folks came to feel more and more that the court had lost its hold on them, and while they still thought of the Mikado as their great king, the son of heaven, whose word was law and who owned them as his slaves, they did not serve him, but some great name, or daimyo, as the Japanese say, in his stead. To the clan of some strong prince they would be bound for peace and war. They would fight his cause with glad hearts, and if he were slain, they would die too. By their strength and zeal, he could soon claim the whole fief, and rule all folks as much as those who bore his arms. Those who worked the farms, kept shops, or plied a trade, all came at last to be in the care of some chief, to whose fort-like house they could flee in time of harm, and whose band of brave men-at-arms was on hand at all times to do his will. And the tax, which was of so much rice, these folks did not pay to the realm, as had been their wont, but to their chiefs, who spent their wealth on their clans, on themselves, and their homes. The home of a daimyo, with its walls and moats, its vast courts and high towers, was like a great fort, within which was a small town. At its gates there was a lodge, where a guard of armed men was kept at all times. And though a man from some other clan might be made at home in all parts else of the great chief's house, he was not at any time let to go into the fort inside, where the daimyo's arms and wealth were kept. This was the rule with all clans. The Japanese knights, like those of the West, had a high sense of what was due their chief and right for themselves, and a long code of rules as to what was due them from both friend and foe, and what they should do to both. No man held so low a rank that by brave deeds and good faith to his chief he might not rise to a high place in charge of a large force, with a great name and much wealth. And when such a rise was made, it was a grand time in the fort and through the whole fief. The samurai, of which these knights were one class, have long been the most bright type of all the Japanese folks. They have done more than hold the fiefs and fight the wars of their clans. They were her first travelers, and men of books and of arts. They, we are told, are the men whose minds have been the best and the most quick to learn, and the most wise to act. It was of this class that the plan of feudalism was born, and it was they who broke it up, swept down the shogun rule in 1868, put the reins once more in the Mikado's hands, and said, "We will send our young men to the Great West, and will wake Japan out of her past, and make her a realm of the New World." They were in the Middle Ages, as now, the soul of the realm. As they are now the best men, in this new age of peace they were the best chiefs, the best rank and file in the old days. A samurai, then, was not seen out of doors that he did not have his 2 swords, a long and a short one, at his belt. A guard was at the gate of his house, or his fort, if he was a great man, all the time. And on the porch, in front of his house, there were spears, both great and small, bows and darts, and more than one war axe would be set on their butts to be at hand in case of need. In the halls were coats of mail and all the dress for war, as well as long spears, which the women of the house knew how to use in case foes should come on the place when the men were not there. The men-at-arms of those days bore shields, and wore casques and suits of mail, made of chain or of scales, some of iron, brass, or steel, and some of shark skin, or the hide of beasts made hard. More stuffs than these were made use of sometimes, for in their war tools, as in all their home things, the Japanese made great use of lacquer, a sort of fine, hard varnish that they made from the gum of a tree and spread on metals, on wood, on paper, and a great many things, to give them a hard surface, as well as to make them smooth and bright to look at. The Japanese ranks were a fine sight to see when they set out for the field of war. Since the land was so much made up of hills and vales, or the wet plains where rice grew, they had small use for horsemen, and most of the troops were on foot. The race, you know, as a rule, is not so large as ours, but the men were straight and of good shape, bore their arms well, and made a bright show with their suits of black, white, blue, green, gold, and silver mail, the gay cords that bound their sword hilts, and their grand crests, and the silk of their dress that could be seen here and there when there was a gap in the mail. They bore tall spears in their hands that caught the sun, and the casques of their chiefs were sometimes as much as 3 feet tall. Drums, sticks of hard wood with which to clap, and conch shells made up their band, and gave them the calls of the march, the camp, and the field. The Japanese learnt many arts of war from the Chinese through Korea, but, as with all that they learnt from that land, they made much change in them to suit their own needs. For a time they would try one mode, then some new one, but at last, in the rule of the Ashikaga, 2 men brought forth the best that had yet been tried, and that was kept in use till the great change of late years, when the Japanese gave up their own modes of warfare for those of Europe. In the field, a rain of darts from which was most of the time the way a fray began. Then there would be a fight for the length of the whole line for a time till the strife grew so fierce that the ranks got in one great mob, where each man's sole thought was to cut off all the heads he could with his sword. It was not a rare thing for the chief of each side to come out in front of the ranks, and to spare their troops end the strife by one hand-to-hand fight. When they met by chance in the great fray, it would be the same. Their men would slack their strife. They could give no aid to their chiefs, but had to stand to one side to watch the fight, and each band would call the name of their own man to cheer him on. The fight would rage till one of them had cut off the head of his foe. Then, with the poor wretch's head held high in his hand, he would shout his name, and yell it out that he had won the day. This would bring the strife to the same end as if the whole force of the foe had been cut down, and the clan of the chief who had won would shout their praise of his feat. Then those who had slain any foes of note had to pass in front of him and show the heads they had cut off, at which he would give them such gifts as were thought meet for such brave deeds. If any had saved the life of the chief on the field, he was raised to a post of most high rank in the clan. On the side that lost, those men who had been hurt would fall on their swords or kill themselves in some way, so as not to fall into the hands of their foes. And any chief or man of note in the ranks would cut or flay his face so that it would not be known by the foes. For if they found it, they would take great pride in it, and put it in some place where scores of folks would see it and say how great was the man who could kill him. This was the right thing for all true knights to do in those days. And more than that, there would be not a few of a chief's men who, though not hurt at all, would take their own lives, for it was not right, they thought, that they should live if their chief was slain. When a force laid siege to a fort or a town, or the great house of some daimyo, they built up in front of their camp a sort of screen of planks, with a steep slant. At the gates of these stood guards. A watch was kept on the hills, in high trees or towers, built up for that use, and sometimes huge kites that would hold a man were flown, and a bird's-eye view was got of what lay within the walls of the foe. The facts thus learnt had much to do with the way the siege went on. Sometimes the plan would be to starve them out, sometimes to set fire to them or shoot at them at long range. Sometimes feints of goodwill would be made, or a ruse would be tried, and then, if all else were in vain, a charge would be made, and the hosts would fall on the fort, smash in the gates, scale the walls, and take the place by storm. And at the point of the sword, if the folks could not cut them down and drive them back, ere they got so far. The work of those who held the civil posts in the realm was not great in these days. They had to see that the folks were dealt with in just terms, that those who did wrong paid for their crimes, that no man took or had to give up more than his due. They had to hear both sides of no end of small feuds, and set them at rest, and to take the tax from the folks at set times. This was quite a gay time with the farm folk. When the rice crops were well in, each man would put the share that he was to pay to the realm in straw bags, and fix it in nice shape to go to the town where he must pay it. Then in fet dress himself, and with his horse made gay with the flaps and straps of red, a small bunch of bells here and there, he would put the rice bags on the beast, and set off to pay his tax, and have a good time with the friends he would be sure to meet on the road and at the end of the route. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 9. The Ways of Peace in Feudal Times. A real peace that spread through the whole realm and that they felt would last was not known to the Japanese till the time of I-ye-yas-u in the 16th century. Yet all through the long age of war there were times now and then when no great strife shook the land, and when the folks could think of the arts of peace, could work at crafts, and give their minds to books and things that have naught to do with war. And they came to do a great deal in these arts that the rest of the world looks at with awe for the skill and the taste that they see. As feudalism grew, so did Buddhism, and with it there came from China a long list of arts and thoughts, crafts and trades that were new to the Japanese, but which they soon took up and brought to a state that has not been known anywhere else. And it was in Kyoto that this work, like all else in the life of the Japanese, got to its height. In the first part of feudal times, this was the head of the Em-pire in all things. It was the seat of the Mikado and his court and the chief shoguns. There was the guard of the Em-pire. There dwelt the high lords of the Kuge, and the chief priests of all sects of the Buddhist faith. It was the source from which went the streams that gave to the realm its faith, its thoughts, and much of its work. There the chief temples and homes for the monks were first built and may still be seen. It was the holy city for all the sects, and to it went priests and monks from far-off towns or wayside shrines, that they might, as they felt, drink from the stream of their faith, where it was near the source and pure. They would see the chief priests of their sect, pray at the great shrines, read the good books, and be taught of the sage monks whom they felt to be close to the soul of Buddha. For you know it is taught in this faith that one goes through life many times, and each time in some new state, till at last he gets so pure that Buddha takes him to be a part of himself, which is the height of bliss and the last stage of his life. When a priest who had been in Kyoto went back to his home, it was a great time for the whole place. The folks felt that he had drunk at the fount of life, and would go in throngs to see him, while the priests of his own shrine heard him with awe, and gave place to him as to one more wise, more blessed than themselves. To this great town the young men of high rank were sent from the most far-off parts of the realm, to be taught to read and write by the priests, to learn the arts of war in the drill of the Kyoto ranks, which were known to be the best in the land. There, too, a young man would learn the fine ways of high life, as a page or a guest of some great lord of the court. For in ways of life, in forms, in speech, and in all things else, the folks of Kyoto set the rule for the rest of Japan, and he who had learnt there could not fail to know. It is said to this day that there are no folks in the world who have more grace in their ways, or who are in all things what we call well-bred, more than those one finds in the fair Kyoto. There dwelt the best learnt folks of the time, men and women who wrote verse and prose. It was a court dame who wrote the first tale, or novel, in Japan. There dwelt the men who first wrote down the past events of the realm, who laid down its laws, and who taught both small and great by what rules they should live to be good. And from the time that they came to know how to read and write, a great deal was made of those things. In most of the fine homes of the great lords, there were rooms for the use of any one who had the gifts to write, where one could look out on a fine view which should fill the mind with grand thoughts, and write them as they came. The small stand, inkstone, and brush would be sure to be near at hand. The Japanese women have done a great deal of such fine work. It was they, not men, as in the rest of the world, who wrote tales and verse, and so gave their speech a form in which it should last. For a tongue that is used but in speech, you know, will change all the time, and much of the words used by the folks of one time will be lost to their grandsons. To write and make up lines of verse and tales was one of the ways for the maids and dames at court to pass the time. It was not a rare thing to find great gifts in these fair ones who were bright and quick of mind, as well as fine to see, with their soft skin and dark eyes, the 2 black bars on their foreheads in the stead of their eyebrows, with their long hair, black teeth, and long, loose robes of rich, bright stuffs. As the court dames of the West, they too could sew and do fine work with silks and threads, could play chess, pet their small dogs or chin, paint shells, as well as read a great deal and write some of the best things the Japanese have in their old books. Not a few of the fine dames of those days, and sweet young maids, too, chose the life of a nun, for the Buddhist faith soon made the ranks of nuns and monks as large in Japan as the faith of Rome did in Europe. Like those of the West, they gave up the fine things of the world and spent their lives in prayer and work, and good deeds to the sad and the poor. Some of these great homes took none but folks of wealth and rank, while some bid rich and poor, high and low, come drown their grief in Buddha and be as much at peace as they could. Not a few of these were in Kyoto, and there a good deal of the fine work was done that still wins so much praise. It was, though, a great deed in these monks to go through the land and raise funds to build a shrine, cast a bell, carve or cast an image of some god, or make some such holy thing. The great bells on the monks' shrines of Kyoto and other towns had a fame through the whole land. Some of them were as tall as a man, and covered with rare work, carved or cast. The folks are as proud of this rich work as they are fond of the bell's sweet, soft sounds. It was a great time in the whole town when one was cast. When the chief priest sent forth word that one was to be made, the folks brought to the shrine coin and gifts of bronze, gold, tin, and all the metals that could be used. These things were put in pots, where they were made to melt with great care, and at last, when the day on which it was to be cast would come, a great fete would be made. The folks, in their most gay dress, would flock to some hill, where, with the priest, they would watch the workmen bring their fires to the right heat and pour their hot flood into the mold. Then the crowd, whose joy had grown with each stage of the work, would break out in song and dance and wild shouts, and there would be a grand time for the rest of the day. But Kyoto grew and spread more than skill at arms, fine court ways, and the Buddhist faith through her realm in the feudal age of Japan. The arts and trades took great strides at this time. Most of us who live in the United States know scarce aught else of what is done in Japan than what we have seen in the fans and a few bits of china, wood, and such work. Now, the men who made things, whose work was a craft, were next in grade to the farm class, which was the next to the samurai who had name and rank. They did not stand high in the scale of caste, it is true, for there was but one class, the folks who bought and sold goods, more low than they. There were a few grades, such as those who play on the stage, who live by alms, tan skins, etc., which the Japanese looked on as too low to be named at all. But craftsmen were good, plain folks. They had bright minds for their work, great skill, and much taste, and made work that outstrips all the world in its line. Men who went to Kyoto from far-off fiefs would go back to their homes and tell the folks there tales that they could scarce think true of the pottery and vases, the swords they saw, and the fine work in gold and silver and lacquer and gems that were shown in the shops. No doubt the tales were true, for books we can trust tell us of the same things, some of which are now of the past. Most of these arts and crafts were first taught by the Buddhist monks who learnt them in China. But the Japanese soon found out ways of their own, and their things soon lost all but a slight trace of the Chinese. Some of the best of these craftsmen were still monks, men of Japanese birth, who spent no end of care and time and work at their bench. They made their things for their shrines, but from them others learnt to make them for their shops. Some of them would carve a Buddha or some god of Japan from a rough log, and put on it months or years of most fine work so as to bring out the hairs of the head, the warp of the rich stuff of the robe, and all its fine folds. And such care as one would give to carve his work out of a piece of wood, someone else would spend with his clay molds, or at his sheets of bronze, or the pots of bronze which must reach just the right heat ere it could be cast in a mold. Some made fine inlaid work in metals, which is a lost art now, and some made lacquer work. This art did not come from China, but was found by the Japanese themselves sometime near 900 AD. Echizen is a place that has fame for her great men and scenes of war, as well as for her large stock of fine lacquer trees, and the skill with which her men get and use the milk-white sap, which turns black when it has been in air for a time, but which can be made red, brown, green, and still more tints. A fine gold lacquer was made, too, which was of rare worth. To use this paint with skill was an art, to teach which not a few schools were set up in the old days. One made views on land, one on sea. Some drew folks, some birds, insects, or flowers, and some made it their aim to find the best use they could of the gold and silver powders. The artists of today still turn to those of the Hojo times to see the best work that has yet been done in that line. All science and art in the realm owe much to the Buddhists. They were not all monks who spent their lives in ease. It was by their work that more than one bridge was built, paths and roads were made. It was their thought and toil that set out scores of fruit and shade trees, dug pond and ditch from the far-off streams through fields for rice, who laid drains where the ground was bad to live on, and who were the first to find more than one new pass through rough hills and up peaks that led to some rare view or made a short cut from place to place. Some of them taught schools, too, or were the wise heads to whom folks went to learn all sorts of things. They knew the arts to heal scores of ills, and more than one new herb or bulb for the sick or for food has been found by them. Few knew as much as they of the stars and of mathematics, to say naught of how well learnt some of them were in their own faith, and how they would spend years of toil to add one more book to the small store of their shrine or to those of the realm. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 10. The Long Sway of the Hojo Clan. It was Yoritomo's father-in-law, and not the sons of the Gen clan, that took the great shogun's place. When Yoritomo died, he left no son so firm and strong that he could take up the work of his great sire and fill the post he had so long held. But there was a man to take his place, one who had no mean rank in the realm himself. This was the father of Yoritomo's wife. He was Tokimasa of the good old house of Hojo. He was a man of fine gifts, who knew how to use his might and to get a strong hold on the folks he had to deal with. He soon took his son-in-law's place in all but name, but he did not hold the shogun's rank. On Yoritomo's death, his son, Yori-iye, a young man 18 years old, was at once made head chief of all the Japanese troops, and it was thought that he would ere long take his father's place in all things. But the Japanese have a phrase which means, "There is no seed to a great man." That is, they have learned to look for naught in a great man's child. In this case, they found their old saw true, for Uri-ie had none of the good stuff of his race in him, or, if he had, he'd let it go to waste while he tried to have a good time. But his grandsire could wield the rod of the great shogun, if he could not. And from the time of Yoritomo's death, the house of Gen went down, and that of Hojo rose. Tokimasa and his child, Yoritomo's wife, were both folks of more than plain gifts, and they had been of great aid to the shogun from the time he set out to put down the Taira. So Tokimasa knew the ins and outs of his son-in-law's rule as well as most anyone in the realm. He was made chief of the Council of State on Yoritomo's death, and soon got much of the rights of his grandson's post in his own hands. He let it seem that he did not know that Uri-ie had bad ways, and did not fill his place as he should, but all the time he took good care to put his friends and the sons of his own house in all the posts in the realm that he could get hold of. So time went on, and when Uri-ie was made Grand Shogun in his father's place, Tokimasa still kept the real sway in his hands, and ere long he made Uri-ie yield his place to his brother, a lad 12 years old, and to shave his head and be a priest in some Buddhist shrine. And there he was put to death by a man in the hire of Tokimasa. So it came to be with the shoguns, as it was with the mikados, that he who bore the name was but a tool in the hands of some smart man, full of craft and wit and force, one who would stoop to anything to get the rule of the realm in his grasp, and who wove his net so well that both the mikado and the shogun were bound in it. The sway of the house of Hojo did not break down as soon as those of Taira and Gen had done. It was kept up for near 120 years, and though none of its sons tried to seize the rank of shogun, 12 of them held all the might of that place. Of these, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th were men of great force, who got a strong hold on the realm, and who did much for the good of the state. Some of them made a long search through the whole realm for the best men they could find to put in the posts of trust. One of them was one of the most grand and pure men that we can learn of in the tale of any land. He did a vast deal to drive out bad ways and mean tricks, and all such ills as, in all realms, are sure to brew with the men who have a share in the rule. One of the Hojos set up at Kanazawa a fine stock of Chinese books, works of the great sage Confucius, of Buddhist and of the Japanese too. For these folks had learnt monks to write with all else that the Koreans and the Chinese had taught them. These books brought scores of men, young and old, to the great town, some to teach, and some to learn the laws and the lore of the faith. For there were few in those days but priests who gave their thoughts to books. In all these years the post of shogun was held for a few years at a time by mere boys in the hands of the Hojo, whose rank had the name of skikken, and whose sway was more than that of the mikado. At any that they saw fit, they would force their shogun to leave his place, that they might put some child, too young to have a will of its own, in his stead. It was in the Hojo rule that Japan had her first great war with folks of a strange land. This was the short fight with the Mongol Tartars, who, when they had put down the Sung rule in China and set their yoke on the vast realm of Russia to the west, and held Asia in their grasp from the frozen ocean to the Straits of Malacca, from Korea to Asia Minor, sent word to Japan through Korea that they would have from the realm of isles gifts and such things as the Emperor Kublai Khan thought meet. Japan must show that she felt him to be her great chief too. But the Japanese would do no such thing, and though some men came from China 6 times, the Hojo sent them back each time with no good news for the Khan. At last the Mongol thought he would take by force what he had tried in vain to get by smooth words, and ere long a host of 10,000 men were on the shore at Tsushima and Iki. All Kyushu rose up in arms to meet them. They made a brave set at these strange foes. They slew their chief, and what men they did not kill, they sent back to the Khan, with a sad tale of loss to tell him. But he would not give up his plan, and at once sent 9 men to wait on the head of the realm, to say that they would stay in the isles till they could bear back some word from the Japanese throne to their great lord. But they did not go back at all, for all of them lost their heads ere they got to Kamakura. This, of course, was a sign for war, and the Japanese set to work at once to be in trim for the great fight. One more band came from the Khan, and met with the same fate as the last. Then the great Mongol set to work to make war on the small chain of isles that would not send gifts to him, who had swept Asia and felt that he was lord of the whole of the East. The Japanese had not seen such a sight in all their lives as the great fleet of 3,500 Chinese junks, whose sails made the sea as white as snow, and within whose huge hulks there came 107,000 men. Such a host as Japan had not dreamt of. They came, too, with some of the arts of war that were used in the West by the great troops of Europe, which were far more sure than the rude ways of the East. What could the small, light boats of the Japanese do with these great things? Some of them were sunk at once, and though the Japanese were quick and full of craft, so that now they burnt a great ship, and now they made their way on board some big, proud junk, and cut off the heads of its chief men, the fight for a long time was so close that no one could tell which side would win. Scores of the brave men of the isles were cut down, and yet the great foe could not get on land. Each time a force was sent out to the shore, it was cut off or sent far out to sea. This sort of strife went on for some time, till at last the brave Japanese captain, Mikiyari, made a bold stroke that gave the day to his side. He put out from shore with a small band of men in 2 small boats, and the Chinese thought no one would dare to do this in the face of their great fleet, if it were not for peace. So they did not shoot at him. But as soon as he was near the great Tartar junk, he flung out ropes with large hooks on the end of them that caught a firm hold on the side of the craft, and then he and his men leapt on board. Bows and spears were no match for the sharp swords this brave squad now brought forth, and in a short time the close hand-to-hand fight came to an end, and Japan had won. The great junk soon went up in flames, and those who had not lost their lives in the fray were borne to the shore in the bonds of their foes. The rest of the fleet, ere long, was made a wreck by one of those fierce storms, which we call typhoons, that sweep the west coast of the Pacific in the last part of summer and the first of the fall. It was a scene of woe and of grief and loss that cannot be told, and the Japanese say that it was done by the gods who heard them pray to be rid of their foes. It was the last time that the Mongols tried to set their yoke on the Mikado's realm, and to this day the Japanese boast that at no time has a strange host left the stains of camp or war on their land. It was the first and last time that any realm tried to land its ranks on their shore. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arnav Darnal. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 11. A brief reign for the Mikado. In the long list of Mikados who sat on the throne while the Hojo clan held the reins of state, there was more than one who felt his soul chafe at the bonds laid on him by those who were his slaves by rights. And not a few of them laid plots and made moves, and tried in all the ways they could to thwart their shikin. But it was not till they were off the throne, with heads shaved and priests' robes, that they felt that they could use the strength even of plain men in their realm, which in name held not a man, a child, or anything that had not been theirs while they were on the throne. At last, Gotoba, who had been a Mikado till near the year 1200, but was now a priest and a man of much might in the realm, made a bold trial to break down the Hojo strength. But they beat him in the field, and then laid the same hold on the throne as on the shoguns. With this, they grew still more strong, and so full of pride that their ways were more than the rest of the folks could stand. This led to their fall. There were now no more such great men as had made this race shine in the eyes of all the Japanese in the times past. In these days, they had more love of wealth, and thought more of case and their own joys than of the toil and care they should give to their work, so as to do their best for the realm. To get means to have all the things they were so fond of, they bore down on the folks for more tax, and at last their proud ways and their threefold yoke on the Mikado, the shogun, and mass of the folks came to be more than the realm could bear. In the year 1327, or close to that time, the Emperor Go-daigo made up his mind, with the aid of his son, Moriyoshi, to risk life and all else that was dear to him, to break down the twofold form of rule and to get the reins of state once more in the hands of the throne. He knew that the mass of Japanese folks had so much love and awe for the Mikado that he would win if he could get but all the troops it would need to cope with the Hojo. He got the aid of the Buddhist priests, and in a few years made a fort of Kasagi in Yamato, while at the same time a brave man, whose name was Kusunoki, rose in Kawachi, who made it the aim of his life to bring back the Mikado's rule. The scheme of the emperor came to a sad end for him at first. The Hojo burnt his fort, got hold of him, and sent him to live at Oki, far off from court and throne. But though they might keep the Mikado where he could not lead any troops on them, they could not clear the realm of its hate for their rule, nor put out the torch, which, now that Go-daigo had lit it, would burn with a fierce flame till its fire had put an end to the Hojo for all time. Twice they laid siege to the stronghold of Kusunoki, but they did not catch him, for he gave them the slip one day, and lived to make a grand fight for his lord and a great name for himself. For some time, the Mikado and his friends felt that their fate was most dark, but Go-daigo kept a stout heart, though far off from his home and in the hands of the Hojo guards. And at last, there came forth a brave young man to cut the net of the proud chicken and loose the grasp of the shogun rule. This young man was Nit-ta Yoshisada. He could trace his line back to the grand old house of Gen. At the time of Go-daigo's war, he held a good post in the ranks of the Hojo, who sent him to fight Kusun-o-ki. But he would not draw sword on the troops of his king, and left the Hojo when they bade him do so. The son of the Mikado, who ruled in the name of his sire while Go-daigo was kept from his throne, at once gave him a place in the Mikado's troops. And then he drew all his own men to him, for in those days each great man had his own band or clan, as in what are known as the feudal times of England. So, ere long, Nit-ta was at the head of a good force, and with them led a war on the Hojo. It was a hard, fierce strife, but the end of it came when Nit-ta set the proud town of Kamakura on fire and burnt it to the ground, and so threw down the sway of the great house that had so long held the reins of the realm. At the same time, Kyoto had been made free by Kusun-o-ki and Ashikaga, a man whose name came to be great in a few years, and the might of the Mikado was once more set up in the west. This was not far from the year 1333. Word was sent at once to Go-daigo to call him back to his throne, and now he was not to hold it as a mere tool of someone else, as he had done in time past, but to be, in fact, as in name, the sole head and chief of this land. His first task was to do something for the brave men who had done so much for him. They had won the realm for him. Now it was but fair that he should give them posts and lands such as they would care most to have. The shoguns had long made it a rule with the Japanese that those who fought best for the realm should have the charge of their best fiefs, and with them large clans of men at arms. This, then, was to be what Go-daigo would do by those who had gone forth to risk all they had for their king. But he was far from wise or just in the way he did this. While he should have made his first gifts to Kusun-o-ki and to Nit-ta, he gave 3 best fiefs to Ashikaga Takauji, who had fought well, it is true, but not best. He had a great deal of craft and knew how to serve his own end and to get in the good grace of the Mikado, so as to raise himself to a place of much might. He was not like Kusun-o-ki and Nit-ta, whose most dear wish had been to break down the might of the shogun and put the full sway in the hands of the Mikado. But, like most of the folks who had fought in their lead, he wished to get rid of the Hojo. And when the hard fight of the most brave men in the realm had torn down their throne, he at once set to work in a still way to put himself and his house in their place. There was a girl of the Mikado's house whom he got to aid him by bribes, to make Go-daigo give ear to his talks and his plans, while, with the folks, he made the most for his own ends out of some small ill will that was felt by those who held low posts in the ranks and had fought well to put down the Hojo, but felt ill-used now at the scanty way in which the Mikado had paid out his spoils. These men were more fond of war than of peace. They did not care if there were 2 of peace. They did not care if there were 2 heads to the realm or 1, so long as the shoguns were not in the hands of the proud race of old Tokimasa. Thus, Ashikaga soon found that he could shape things to suit himself, and that in a short time he could start up more war and strike for his own high prize. It was a blow to him when Go-daigo made his own son shogun, which was still a post of great pride in the realm. But he did not show his wrath, and laid plans to get his own way in the end. The Mikado had been a man of grand force and will when he first held the throne, but he had lost his best gifts while he was in the bonds of the Hojo, far off from his throne and all that was dear to him. No one had known him to be so weak and vain in the old days. But now, the words of Ashikaga and the young girl whom he paid bribes to talk for him had so sweet a sound in his ear that he did not stop to think if they were true or false. He let them get a strong hold on him, and would not heed the wise men round him who bade him take care and think of the rest, who had done as much or more than Ashikaga to serve him. His thoughts all went to this one man. He did not treat Nit-ta as he should have done, and he did not place Kusun-o-ki in such a post as he had the gifts to fill. No doubt this man could have done more for the good of Japan just then than anyone in the realm, to say naught of what was due him for the great work he had done in the field of war. The prince had not been shogun for long when Ashikaga made the Mikado think that his son had laid plots to get the throne. And when the prince, stung to the quick by his hate for this base foe, and wroth at the lie he had told for his sire, gave the word for his troops to march to Ashikaga and pay him up for his tales. Ashikaga made it out that the prince's plan was to snare him first of all, so that he could be more sure of his way to the throne. In this way, he got the Mikado in so great a rage with his son that he gave word to have him dealt with, as if he had in truth turned foe to his sire. But the doom of bonds and death had scarce been laid on his good son when the Mikado saw he had been made a dupe of, and though it was too late to bring back his boy, he at once grew cold to his real foe. Ashikaga saw the change, fled from Kyoto with great bands of the men-at-arms who did not like the ways of things at court, and took the place that the Hojo had held at Kamakura, which he had built up since the fire. Then the Mikado went back to his friends. Nit-ta was freed from a charge that had been laid on him that he was forced to the throne, and was put at the head of the Mikado's troops to whip the bold Ashikaga. But the odds were not on the Mikado's side this time. He had lost the love of the ranks, once glad to die for him, and so his force was small, while that of his foe was large. His side lost in the fight that came on, and he had to flee for his life with a small band of his men who still held true. Ashikaga was lord of the field, but he had fought the throne, had drawn arms on the Son of Heaven, and so, to the Japanese, he was worse than any of the Hojo. Then he tried to make his wrong deeds seem right, and give to the realm a new Mikado. He sought out Kogen, a child of one of the emperors who had been on the throne ere the Tai of Go-daigo. Some of the folks thought he had no right there, now since the real Mikado's son Moriyoshi was in all ways fit for his sire's place. But Kogen took the seat, and this new Son of Heaven soon made Ashikaga great shogun, with all the old state of that post at Kamakura. So the twofold form of rule was set up once more, in less than 3 years from the time it was thrown down. But the change, and still more the fact that Kogen had been put on the throne, brought a war in which Ashikaga and the north fought the south and the real Mikado. It was kept up for near 70 years, and is known as the War of the Chrysanthemums. This is a long tale of false deeds and true blue, of fire and fight, of want on the part of the poor folks, and waste on the part of the rich. And though at first it was a sharp strife to put down the claims of one Mikado and fix his foe firm and sure on the throne, the true aim was lost at last, and the whole realm was a scene of strife, and the war was but the brawls of small chiefs for the sake of land, or for no good cause at all. Ere it came to an end, all the great chiefs who had led in it were dead. The Mikados themselves came to feel that it was of small note to them how it came out, for most of the men-at-arms seemed to have lost sight of the fact that they had come out to give the throne to their true Mikado. At last, in 1392, Ashikaga sent a band of his men to the Emperor of the South, who held old Go-daigo's place, to ask him to give the sword, the glass, and the ball, which he had borne with him when he fled from Ashikaga's men, to his Mikado, who held his court in the north. He, they said, should be emperor, and the Mikado of the south should be ex-emperor. And from then on, the throne should be held by a son of first one house, and then the other. The things were sent, and the change made with great pomp. But the Japanese say to this day that the line of the south was that of the true sons of heaven, while the line on the north was false, and that ere long died out. All Japanese books that are thought to be worth anything by the folks speak of the Mikados of Kogen's line as the false emperors, or northern emperors, which means the same thing. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 12. Nit-ta And Ku-sun-o-ki. In all the long fight of the War of the Chrysanthemums, there were two men whose brave deeds make them stand out from all the rest who took part in the strife. These were Nit-ta Yoshi-sada and Kusunoki Masahige. They now fought for their king, as if they did not know how he had let the base Ashikaga take what was their due, and had lent his ear to that man's tales of Nita's bad faith. None of this did they let stand in their minds when once more the Mikado had need of their strong arms and their great minds on the field of war. Once Nit-ta sent word to Ashikaga, "Come out and meet me and fight with me. It is we who lead the two great bands. Come forth and we will fight hand to hand. The side of him who lives shall win the war, and so we may spare the bloodshed of our men." The shogun's men got him to say that he would not do this, but ere long they found a chance to cut down the brave chief of their foes without any risk to their own. He had set out with some 2 or 3 score of men to arm a fort one day, but he had not gone far when near 3,000 of the foes fell on them in a small path through some rice fields near Fukui. He had no shield, and their darts fell round him like rain. His men said, "Fly," but he would not leave them, and put the whip to his horse to get near to his foes, so as to fight them with the sword. But one arrow struck the poor beast while he was at full speed, and its mate gave a death blow to the chief as soon as he rose. It struck him full in the forehead, and gave him scant time to draw his sword and cut off his head, so that his foes could not tell his corpse from those of the rest of his band. And the rest went too, by the hands of the false ranks or their own. For it was more grand and good in a Japanese of those days to die with his chief than to live on when he was gone. Nita's corpse was found, and his head was set up at Kyoto for all to see. But his grave was made near the spot where he fell, and to this day it is a spot that the Japanese love, and they keep fresh flowers on it all the time. Kusunoki died not in the field, but by his own hand. His plans were set at naught, and he lost his fights in the field, so that he felt that there was but one thing for him to do. He must die and leave his name pure. This seems strange to us, but to the Japanese 500 years ago, it was the part of a great man. It was said that of all the men in Japanese history, Kusunoki stands first, for the pure love he bore his land, for his strong, brave heart to risk his life for her sake, and for the way he would give up any wish of his own to serve his king. The boys learn his life and think of him as their best type of a true Japanese knight, and look on him as the greatest man their land has had. As we look on George Washington, they could tell you how he was taught in the lore of China by the priests, how strong he was of limb, too, for when he was 7 years old he could throw a lad twice his age in a wrestling match. While he was taught in books, he was taught in the arts of war as well, and was so apt in this last that he cut off the head of a foe when he was but 12 years old. He was taught the forms of drill that the Chinese use when he was 15, and made a vow to himself that the aim in life should be to throw down the rule at Kamakura and give to the Mikado his rights, this sway that had so long been kept out of the hands of the throne. So he took up arms for Go-daigo, and though the Hojo tried hard to get hold of him, his side won at last with the aid of Nit-ta and Ashikaga. Then came those years when he was so ill-used, and Ashikaga took the place he ought to have had, but which could not turn his heart from his king any more than it did Nita's. Thrice they drove the troops of the false Ashikaga out of Kyoto, and when he fled to the west, it was Kusunoki who said, "Go on, catch him, and break up the strife he is at the head of." But the Mikado did not see fit to make use of his plans, and so it went on, as we know, from bad to worse, till, in spite of all these two great chiefs and their brave bands could do, their cause was lost. When Kusunoki made up his mind to die, he said goodbye to his wife and his babes, and went to a farmhouse near the small town of Sakurai, where he gave the sword, which was a gift from the Mikado, to his son, and bade him think of his sire, avenge his death, and bear arms as a good brave man should. With that he took his life, and near a score of his band, men of his own race, died with him. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of History of Japan in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. History of Japan in words of one syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 13. The Ashikaga Age. The race of the Ashikaga, whose plots so soon broke up the Mikado's sway, kept hold of the reins of the realm for 250 years. 13 of its sons were shoguns, and in all their time you can find but one bright page in the long, sad tale of their age, when ill will was in the air, and there were fights for small clan feuds all the time, and now and then for great ones, when the whole land would be drawn into war. In the time of the Hojo, it had been the right of the court to say who should hold the post of shogun, and then you know it was the shiken who had the shogun in their hands, so that they had no might of their own. But when the Ashikaga then got the post for their own race, and had it go from sire to son, the man with the rank was not at all times the man who had the sway. Much of the real work of the state was done by smart men, not of high rank. One of these, Hosokawa Yoriyuki, was a great man both at books and in arms. None of the men who had charge of the shogun's work in the Ashikaga age were so great as he, who tried to raise the folks from some of their poor ways and took more than one step to drive out some of the great wrongs in the forms of rule. He held his post in the name of the Ashikaga heir, Yoshimitsu, whom he was to teach and take care of till he should reach the age when he might rule. He did not do as old Tokimasa did with the son of Yoritomo, but gave much thought to have the youth learn a great deal from the best men in the realm, from books, and in all the arts of war. He saw that his friends were well-taught young men of first rank, with gifts and skill for all that a young Japanese lord of those days should know. This lad was the grandson of the sire of the house, and was the one man of his race who bore the name of the great Ashikaga. He was made shogun and put at the head of the troops when he was but 10 years old, and ere long he won great fame by his brave acts in the wars of the South and West. But through one rash act, the cause of which must have been his great love for war, he brought down the curse of his land on his race, as well as on his own head. This act was that he sent a band of Japanese to China near the year 1400 with gifts and fine words, by which they made it known to the proud emperor of that vast realm that Yoshimitsu felt that this great Mongol had a sort of right to be the chief of Japan as well as the rest of the East, but that he would beg him to own that Yoshimitsu was Nippon, or King of Japan. It seems to have been done for naught else than to get for the shogun the grand name of king. He did not dare to try to get the Mikado's throne, though he had long dwelt in as much style as his lord. There was no real cause why the realm should have been made to thus bow her head to China, and the man who did it brought hate on his name for all time. If the whole land had not been in a bad state, he could not have done this base thing, and as long as his house held the reins of the realm, in name or in fact, things went from bad to worse. In these days there was a great deal of change at the head of the state. Sometimes the rule was at Kyoto, where both the Mikado sat with the court that ruled him, and the great shogun with his shikken, more than one of whom in this age held the reins from both the shogun and the emperor. Sometimes the seat of rule would shift to Kamakura, where a plain shogun had sway, or was the tool of a man whose rank was not as great as his own, though he had more strength of will. Much of the time the heads of the two towns were in feuds, as were the clans of most all the realm, so that not much else took place in the land but fights for clan pride, for rights to lands, and no end of such things. Each clan chief dwelt in a great house that was like a fort, and in whose walls dwelt scores of his men with their wives and small folks. The homes of the monks of Buddha, too, were like the storerooms of a great guard-house. More than once it was by their aid that a side won. To be in trim for war was the plan of all who could bear arms. This strife went on for years and years. Towns were burnt, fields laid waste, all were made poor, and the folks of high birth as well as the low fled to the hills, where they might dwell in caves to be out of the sound of strife. And young folks grew up with no one to teach them. By and by dearth came, as it does in all lands in the wake of war, and thousands of folks, young and old, died for the want of food. Men who had been born to live on farms were made to join the ranks at arms, while some of them grew to be thieves, and spent their time in raids on towns or on the roads, where they would rob anyone they could catch. And the Mikado was as bad off as his folks. He had no wealth. He dwelt at Kyoto, which was at all times in the hands of a force at arms. If not those of the great Shogun, then it was those of Kamakura, the troops of the East. To this day, if the Japanese want to tell a tale of great woe and wrongs, or if they want to make a play of folks who did no end of bad things, they say it all came to pass in the time of the Ashikaga. It was near the close of this age, in the year 1542, that a great man by the name of Nobunaga came on the scene to throw down the sway of the proud house that had brought so much ill luck to the realm, to break up the bad ways of the Buddhist priests, give a good word to a new faith, and bring back in part at least the old and long-lost might of the Mikado. He came from a race of Shinto priests, but far back he could trace his blood to the great Kiyomori and the house of Taira. His sire had borne arms, and as most of the men of any note in those days, his aim in life was to get hold of all the lands he could win. When he died, he left his arms, his land, and his feuds to his tall, brave son, who bore his charge well. 6 fiefs, or states, did he add to those of his sire, and much wealth did he gain, so that in a few years he rose to much note in the realm. In Kyoto he built him a fine house, a castle. He was so great that he had the man of his choice made shogun, in spite of all those who did not want him could do. In one of the old books of Japan, it is told that this prince was a man of large frame, but of fine, pale skin, which the Japanese do not think well of in a man. But the book says that he had a heart and soul that made up for all else he might lack. He was brave and bold, and held high thoughts on what was right and wrong, and would see that folks had their just dues in all things where he had a voice, and it was not long ere he had a voice in all things. His wit was keen, his will strong, and it was a rare thing for him to be wrong in his plans, though his foes did call him Lord Fool at first. He had been taught in all the arts of war, and of all men of his time he was known to be the best to take charge of a set of troops, to mark out a camp, lay a siege, or hold out when one was made on him. He made use of no head but his own. Now and then he would ask for the views of those who were with him, but it was more to find out their hearts than to have the aid of their brains. He read the hearts and the minds of all the men he met, but he let no man read him. And when he made up his mind to do a thing, he gave the word, and it was done. He had no small ways, and held no mean thoughts for anyone. He was just, and sometimes more than just, and gave good words and good gifts with a free hand. But one thing did he hate. That was a false heart. Anyone who did not hold true to the land of his birth, to his emperor, or his creed of right and wrong, was so low and base in the eyes of this great prince that he lost no chance to show him up in his true light. It was this hate of what is false that led him to make a great war on the Buddhist priests. And it was his love of what is just and fair that made him hate the Ashikaga, and spent his all to give the Mikado his rights in the rule of his folks. Though at first he was on good terms with Shogun rule, he got in a feud with the man he put in that post at Kyoto, and when he had held sway for 6 years or so, Nobunaga drove him off and broke up the might of the Ashikaga house, though it had held the realm in its grasp for near 150 years. Then for 20 years Japan had no shogun, for this great son of Kiyomori's line, though the chief man of the realm, could not trace his birth to the Gen race, and no one else could be the great shogun. But he had charge of the troops, and held the post in all but name. With the aid of his right-hand men, 4 great generals, whose names rose to fame in more ways than one, he brought large tracts of the realm, which still held off from the Mikado's rule, to own his sway. Like Yoritomo, he had great skill and force of will on the field, but he could not bring the chief clans to bow to him, nor could he hold in peace those whom he had won in war, as Yoritomo did. Still, he was a great man, and his name will live with the Japanese through all time. But he has more fame as a man who could rule like a king, who could set up and pull down shoguns, and drive out a race which had held sway for hundreds of years, than as a great chief in the clan fights. He did one more work, more great than all these, and a work for which the Buddhists in Japan still look on him as their worst foe, as one for whom they cannot feel too much hate, though their faith ought to teach them not to hate at all. Nobunaga saw that the whole band of the Buddhist priests of that day was full of wrong and guilt, and that most, if not all, of the priests were false to their creeds and their vows, and he took it on himself to break down the worst sects and purge them of their pride and vice, while at the same time he took pains to treat well the priests of the faith of Christ, who came from the West in the same year that the name of Nobunaga was first heard through the realm. He had been brought up with priests when a child, so he did not feel for them the awe that most folks had. He had been taught in the Shinto, and did not like the Buddhists any way, and so was more quick to see their sins than he would have been if he had been taught to feel that they could do no wrong. He saw that they were not a great cult of pure, good men whose one thought was for their faith, but that they were like the rest of men, and worse sometimes. They had rooms full of arms, which they could use as well as the shogun's troops, and with which they oft left desk and shrine to fight in the clan wars. But in those times of such great strife, they might have done this, and done well, if their thoughts had been for their books and their faith when they were at home. But in place of that, they made their faith a cloak for anything they might want to do, and they grew to want to do all that any men did, and a great deal that some men would not do. Their chief place was on Lake Biwa, and there this sort of life was at its worst, and when the priests were not at grand rites, or in their rooms at feasts and wines and all sorts of good times, they were deep in schemes to make themselves more great in the eyes of the folks, and to foil the plans of Nobunaga. In turn for this, he made up his mind to wipe them out. Of course, he did not make any talk of this till he felt that the time had come to act. Then, with his vast ranks, he camped near the shore of the lake, and told his chiefs to set fire to the great town-like castle of the monks. The chiefs heard this with awe. Since the year 800, this grand old place had stood, and it was thought to be the home of some of the best men in the world. It was the stronghold of the whole realm against the Prince of Wrong. At first they did not think their chief could mean what he said, but he told them of how he had rid the realm of thieves, had run any risk to his life for the sake of his lord on the throne at Kyoto, that he might at last bring peace to the land. He told them that he had learnt that there was no worse ill in the land than this great seat of the Buddhists, which, for the same cause that he had fought the rest of his fights, he now bade them send up in flames. Then he told them what he knew of the aims and the lives of the priests. So at his word, his men went on to burn shrines and homes, and to ply sword, lance, and dart to all who dwelt within those walls. Old men and babes, dames, maids, and priests all met with the same fate. At last it was done. The great monastery of Hiezan was no more. Nobunaga's first blow at Buddhism fell with a force that crushed all in its way. This made the rest of the priests dread and hate him more than they had in times past. But for all that, he kept his place at the head of the realm, and grew more great and strong all the while. 9 years from the time the monastery on Lake Biwa was burnt, 2 of the Buddhist sects, whose views were not just the same, got in a sort of feud, and made so much talk that the Mikado was told of it, and word was sent out that Nobunaga should hear the rest of their talk and should be their judge. This was done, and an end was put to the feud and to one of the sects, whose views it was thought would do harm to the state. For 12 years, one of the chief seats of Nobunaga's Buddhist foes was the great monastery of Osaka. Their feud with him was that he let the Catholics come in from the west and build up their shrines and spread their faith. These Buddhists made their home a place where the foes of the great chief could hide from him, and there plots to thwart him were laid. Nobunaga knew all this, but he was a man who could bide his time with his foes, and at last his time came. One day, when his troops were out near this great fort of the monks, some of his best men were slain by a band of what the Japanese call grass rebels, that is, men who watch for and shoot at their foes while they hide themselves by some bush or tree. As soon as they had shot their darts, they fled to the fort of the monks. At this he set out with a will to serve this stronghold of the Buddhists, as he had done that on Lake Biwa. He laid siege to it. Some tried to fly and were slain. Post on post had to give up to the troops of the great chief, and scores of men, women, and babes were put to death. At last the Mikado, in grief that so much blood was shed, sent 3 of his men from court and a Buddhist priest of a sect at Kyoto to beg them to yield, which they did. Nobunaga's foes gave up their fort, with all their shrines, their homes, and the things that were dear to them, into his hands. From then till now, it has been held by the state. The chief said he would spare those who still lived. The priests were to live with other monks of their sect, but their might and pride was gone, and at no time since has the faith been so strong as it was this great siege. More than once since then, the Mikados have had to take steps to check them when they bore too high a hand, but it was not a hard task, for the faith never got over the blows dealt to it by Nobunaga. Now the prince, in his zeal to rid Japan of these old sects that had grown to be a curse to her, gave the aid of his good will to some priests of the Church of Christ, who came from far off Portugal, to bring, as they said, a new faith to the Japanese, but who, in truth, did naught but bring them a new bane. They had come in the wake of some seamen of Portugal, who had a taste that led them to cruise in strange seas, and were cast by storms on the shores of some of the South Isles of Japan. This was in the first days of Nobunaga's fame, and near the same time that the folks of Spain got their foothold in our own land, which, like Japan, was then new to all Europe. The daimyo, on whose coast these men were cast, sent word for them to go and see him, which they did, and he used them well. He gave them the means to go to Goa, which was the chief town of the Portuguese states in India, and he got them to say that each year they would send him a ship full of such goods as would sell in his towns. This they did, and once, when one of these ships lay in port, Anjiro, a Japanese of Satsuma, who had slain a man, fled to it to hide, and was borne off to Goa. There he met the great saint of the Church of Rome, Francis Xavier, whom the King of Portugal had sent to his lands in India to spread the faith there. From him Angiro heard of Christ. Ere long he took the new faith in place of his own, and came to be so well learnt in all that was taught in it, that the great priest would have him help to spread it in his own land. So, with a few more men, they went to Japan, and set to work in Satsuma in 1549, the year in which Nobunaga fell heir to the lands of his sire. From there they went on, and though in some fiefs they met with kind words and crowds to give ear, while Anjiro told them what the great priest said, and in some they found most of the folks cold to them, still they kept on, and not a few of those who heard them were baptized. At last Xavier lost heart, when in Kyoto he found that war and trade were the two great thoughts of the folks, and that he could find no chance to see the Mikado or the great Shogun. He made up his mind to give up his work there, but he left the seeds of the new faith in more than one soul, who took up the task of the saint. In 5 years from the time Xavier left Kyoto, there were 6 of their churches in or near Kyoto itself, and scores of them had sprung up in the southwest. At the time of Nobunaga's death, more than 100,000 Japanese of all castes had come to be Catholics, and there were 200 of their churches in the realm. The Portuguese brought something more than a new faith to the realm of isles. It was they, and on their first trip, too, who brought the first guns and powder that the Japanese had seen, and taught them how to make the firearms which, in a few years, were used a great deal through the whole realm. To this day, there are not a few folks in the realm who think that Christianity and guns mean much the same thing, and link with both the thoughts of a world of grief and ills that they brought. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of History of Japan in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. History of Japan in words of one syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 14. Hi-de-yosh-i, or the Age of the Tai-ko. Nobunaga had 4 chiefs who were most as great as himself, and who, with him, rank as some of the best men-at-arms Japan has had. The first of these was Hi-de-yosh-i. The folks of his day gave him the nickname of Cotton, for he could do so many things, and cotton, you know, can be used in a long list of ways. Then there was Goroza, to whom the folks gave the name of Rice, for the great chief of the realm could no more do without this bold man than they could live without rice. Shibata was known as Attack, since he had great pluck and skill to drive down hard on the foe. And as Ikeda could draw his force off the field so well that they scarce knew when he was on the weak side of a fight, he had the name of Retreat. In time, there came to be a fifth chief in Nobunaga's ranks, who was more great than all but the first. He was I-ye-yas-u, and that name, with those of Nobunaga and Hideyoshi, we are told, stand first in all the list of Japan's great men. Hideyoshi, the first to take the place of his great chief in the realm, was born of farm folk, but he did not go out at morn with grass hook in hand and basket on back to cut grass for the livestock all day, nor did he hoe the weeds in the wet rice fields, but he made the streets his school, his workshop, and his playground. His wits were keen, he was quick, and had no fear of anything or anyone, and there he learnt the ways of men and grew sharp and shrewd. While yet quite a small lad, he went to be a groom to the brave young chief Nobunaga, who knew the men that took care of his steeds as well as those who rode as his staff. He thought he saw signs of great gifts in this small, monkey-like face, and bright eyes that could not keep still. So one day he told him that he ought to bear arms and learn to fight, and some day he might lead in great wars. So the small street boy went into the ranks of the realm and rose from post to post till he was a general. He was still young, but he bore himself so well that when he was 30 years old he was made a premier, or chief of first rank. Of course there were not a few in the troops and in the state who soon made themselves his foes, for in a land like Japan, where rank is of such great note, few like to see a man sprung from plain farm folk reach such a height as this. But Hideyoshi's foes could not do much to hurt him. To show their spleen, they said he was a crowned monkey, but he bore the crown of his might and fame with worth and pride. His rise was a strange thing to more than his foes, for none but lords of the Fujiwara blood took this high place. But he got the right to it some way through brave deeds and work, craft and wit, push and will, and the emperor gave him the right to found a house of his own, which is known as the Toyotomi. As was the way with Japanese, he had had 3 or 4 names in the course of his life ere this, but now he took that of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, by which he is best known in history. We are told that he was a man of war from his youth up. His troops were fond of him, for he bore himself like a true knight. Where was seen his flag, there men were sure was the thick of the fray, and the worst of it for his foes. This flag had one gourd on it at first, but as a new one was put for each fight won by the knight, it soon had a large bunch of them. On the death of his chief, Nobunaga, Hideyoshi went at once to the town where the man who had put Nobunaga to death had set himself up in his lord's place, and slew him. He was now more great than any man in Japan. A hard fight was made for one of Nobunaga's sons to keep him out of the first place in the realm, but it was in vain in the end, and at last this monkey-faced boy from the farms of Owari went back to Kyoto, the head man of the realm. For years he gave himself up to toil of all kinds, for the good of the land, and much he did for it, too, both in a way to make the soil bring forth more than it had done in times past, and to put more sway in the hands of the emperor. To keep his men-at-arms at work in times of peace, he built most grand palaces at Kyoto, and did a great deal in more ways than one to make that fine old town more grand than it had been ere he came. He paved the bed of the stream Kamo with broad, flat stones, and tried to make the place great as a port, as well as in all ways else. Nor did he do these things in no place but Kyoto. His gifts for the arts of peace were more great than for war, and the whole realm was made to feel them. He chose the site of the old monk's fort at Osaka for a fine new town, which he laid out on a large scale, built walls round it, and made a vast fort there, and a palace where the Mikado and not a few great men dwelt in after years. Then he had the bed of the stream which flows by it made more broad and more deep, and dug scores of canals, and made the way clear for the town to be a great place for trade in years to come. You may sometimes hear folks call this town the Venice of Japan. In those days, the post of Nagasaki was a place of much note in trade, and for that cause Hideyoshi took it from the daimyo and put it in the hands of the crown. His whole life now was spent to serve his great lord. For this cause he spared himself no toil to make the folks do their best in all things they put their hands to. At no time, or then or since, has Japan made such boats as were then built. At no time has she had such large trade in so many things as she then had. Her men went far and wide on the high seas, as you could not think they had ever done if you knew them now. Their ships were twice or thrice the size, and of much more fine build than the junks that now hug their shores, or ply their way to China or Korea. The ships of the great Columbus were not so large, and they could sail as well and as fast as the craft of the Dutch and the Portuguese, which won world-wide fame in that same age. The Japanese knew how to sail them, too, and went in them to the lands of the south and southwest, to the Malay archipelago and the Kurils on the north. In more than one of these lands you can still find folks whose sires were Japanese seamen. It was in the time of peace, more than in his wars, that Hideyoshi's best gifts came out. When he had once won his high place in the realm, all his work and thoughts were for the best good of the state and its true head. For this he would not rest in times of peace, as most men-at-arms, but toiled as hard to build up towns, to push on trade, to make new plans by which to bring a more large and sure tax in to the emperor. While he thus held the reins of the realm with so strong a grasp, he made the folks, both high and low, like him and look up to him, for he was a man whose aim was to be fair and just to all. And in this, rank, name, race, or deeds done to himself did not move him. He was frank and free to be friends with those who had fought him, and did not put his foes to death when he had won in a fray with them, as had been the way of Nobunaga. The brave chief I-ye-yas-u at first bore him ill will for the high rank he had got, for he felt that he should have had the great Nobunaga's place. But Hideyoshi got him to come to Kyoto at last to pay his court to the Mikado, and ere long he had made him his friend once more, and Ieyasu took Hideyoshi's sister for his wife. In the year 1591 he gave up his high post of Kuambaku to put his son in his place, and from that time on he was known as the Tai-ko. His son was but a child, and he made this change to make sure that the rule of the realm should be kept in his own race. But as long as he lived, he kept his grasp on the realm just the same, and the whole time from Nobunaga's death to his own is known as the Age of the Tai-ko, the pride of Japanese history. Like his old chief, Hideyoshi felt that the strength of the Buddhists was a source of dread to the state, so he went on in the work of Nobunaga to take it from them. He broke up the great monastery of Kumano, whose priests laid claim to a large fief, which brought them much wealth. But the Tai-ko was no friend to the new faith brought from the West by Xavier and the priests of Rome. He saw that these deep men, and some of the Japanese whom they won to their creed, took care to gain the good will of the great folks of the realm as much as to spread their faith. He saw, too, that where they had a hold in a town, or any part of a fief, there might be seen a change in the way the folks felt as to the rule of the realm, and in more than one case he saw signs of priestcraft that bode no good to the state of Japan. He found that the priests won their way a great deal by much show and a free use of gold, which the kings of Spain and Portugal gave them for alms. He saw that some of them took pains, by false means and fair, to make the folks look down on the Buddhists, so that they would be the more quick to take the new faith. He found that the priests were all ruled by their pope, a sort of church king, whose word was law, and who was held up as a man who must be right in all things. He wore a triple crown, the Tai-ko learnt, and in the name of his god set up or threw down thrones, took the crown from the head of one prince to put it on someone's else, cut the realms of Europe in parts to give them to his friends, and as far off as in the New World, seemed to have the might to give lands to whom he chose. "This man's priests," said Hideyoshi to himself, "may want to give him Japan to deal with in the same way. They have sects of some size now on our coast, and they have a church in our chief town." Nobunaga had been their friend, but he felt sure that they were not the friends of the Japanese state, and ere long he found that he was in the midst of a dark plot they had laid round his son, the heir to the Kuombaku, in his own house. He told this to his friend and chief at arms I-ye-yas-u, in whom he had put more than one great trust ere this. I-ye-yas-u set to work at once to find out if there were grounds for his lord's fears. He found that 3 of the daimyos, each of whom was lord of a large fief, had sent word to the Pope that they threw themselves at his feet, and felt that he must be their great lord, as he was the one man in the world who stood for the god of earth. The Tai-ko did not need to know more than this to prove that there was good cause for his worst fears, and he made up his mind at once to cut all the strings that ran from Japan to this far-off Pope for good and all. But he took time to act, so that he could make his stroke tell all the more when it fell. He took near a year to lay his plans for the great blow he thought to strike. At length, in June 1587, his troops were at their posts in the fiefs of Kyushu and the south coasts of the realm, in the lands of the false princes, and there were such hosts of them that they could quell any who might try to beat them back. At last the day came for him to give the sign, and from end to end the realm rang with the word of the great Tai-ko, that in the name of the Mikado, Christianity must be put down in 6 months. Its priests from strange lands must leave Japan at once, and for all time, on pain of death. Its schools must be shut, its churches torn down. No cross or wayside shrine should be left to stand in any part of the realm, and all Japanese who bore the faith of Christ must give it up. The men of the West, of course, had to leave, and at first the Japanese priests fell back, and the Church of Rome seemed to have had a great check in the land. But the work went on in a still way just the same, and thousands of Japanese took the name of Christ each year. Ere long, the priests threw off this cloak, and came forth once more in their robes, and taught in the streets as they had done at first. Then the Tai-ko bade them leave, and not a few Christians were put to death, but it was left till the time of the next ruler to drive them quite out of the realm. Hideyoshi gave up his war on the Christians for the sake of a long dreamt of plan to bring the lands to the west of Japan into the Mikado's empire. Once, when he had some words with the Chinese emperor, he made the boast that he was the king of Nippon, and king of himself, and he should know how, if he chose to do so, to make the emperor of China bow to his yoke. 5 years went by ere he set out to make his threat good. Then he sent a call to his lords and their clans to take up arms and form ranks for a vast host that he would send to the coast of Korea, which, though then at peace with Japan, did not pay her court to the Son of Heaven as she should. It had been his chief aim from the time he was a boy to make Korea, if not China too, a part of the Japanese Empire. He had tried to get Nobunaga to let him do this when he was a young man, and though his chief had heard the plan with a laugh, Hideyoshi still kept his mind on it. In their last weak years, the Ashikaga had let Korea cease to send her gifts and pay her court to the Mikado, as she was bound to do by the terms Yoitomo made with her king. And the sea thieves that were so thick on the coasts would scarce let any trade be kept up. This was a state of things that the Tai-ko could not brook in the land he thought should be to the Mikado like a part of Japan. Ere he made up his mind for the war, he sent 2 bands of men to Korea to ask in the Mikado's name the gifts due him. The first band did not get there, but the next one did. Then the Tai-ko heard from some Chinese who came to dwell in Japan that their own realm was in a state of much strife and bad home war, and he sent word to the Emperor of the Celestial Empire, as the Chinese call their realm, to say that if he would not give ear to Hideyoshi's plan to have China pay court to the Mikado, that the Japanese hosts would march on him. What at last brought the great chief to the point of war shows how grand was the stuff he was made of. He lost a child for whom he had great love, and his grief was deep and strong, though, as was the way in those times, he had 8 or 10 wives. He had few children, and when this one died, he could do naught but mourn for months. One day he went off to a shrine, where he sat for a long time, lost in his sad thoughts, while his eyes were bent on the sky of the west, in front of which rose the far-off hills. All at once he cried out, "A great man ought to use his troops in the lands of the west, and not give way to grief." And with that he went back to his home, sent a call to his chiefs, told them that they must aid him to make China bow to the Mikado's throne, and at the same time win lands and wealth and fame for themselves. They all fell in with his plan, and ere long a fleet of junks set sail for the land of Korea, which they were to take first. Hideyoshi had laid out all his plans, and told his chiefs and his rank and file just what to do. It was a grief to him and to them that he was now too old to lead them himself. They had had signs from the gods that bade them be of good cheer, and they should win their cause in the great, strange lands of the West. They made a clean sweep in the first part of their march through the land, and the king had to flee and leave his town in their hands. when calls were sent to China for help, a great tide soon set in that drove them back at once. But the Tai-ko had thought of this, and had a large, fresh force made up to send on in case of need. And as soon as the news got to him, the new ranks went out, and the plan to push on into China was to be put through with great force, when the Tai-ko fell sick and died. So a truce was made. More lives than we could count were lost in Korea, for no just cause, and so great a drain had been put on Japan that not a few of the poor folks at home lost heart for work, and sold themselves to the men who came from Spain and Portugal for slaves. So this last act of the great Hideyoshi's life was a blot on his name. It was the cause of no end of grief and pain and loss to the folks for the good of whose realm he had done so much to gain. But the Japanese do not blame him much for this. Not a few of them feel yet that Korea is theirs by right, and that it was meet she should have been shown her place and the might of her emperor, the Mikado. Both of these great schemes, like his acts to the Christians, seem to have been laid out by long years of thought, and with the view that they should help him to gain the great aim of his life, which was to crush the strength of the clan chiefs and put the realm in the sole sway of the Mikado, a state of things which Japan has but just got to in our own age. But he did a great deal to bind the fiefs to the throne, and his last wish was that the clans would drop their feuds, blend their aims, and give their strength to the best good of the realm as a whole. The Japanese have much cause to think well of the low-born Hideyoshi, and it is with pride that the men of today look back on the things that he did, which made the Age of the Tai-ko, like that of Elizabeth of England, the best their realm has known. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 15. I-ye-yas-u and the House of Tokugawa. When the Tai-ko died, he left his heir, his cares, and all the plans that were so dear to him in the hands of I-ye-yas-u, whom he had learnt to trust long ere he rose to his high post, and whom he had made next to himself in the state and the daimyo of 8 fiefs. His son had been wed to the child of I-ye-yas-u, who made an oath that he would fill the Tai-ko's place till the boy came to the age when he could rule. I-ye-yas-u was a man of great parts and of much fame, and he made laws with most, if not quite as much skill as he made wars, which is a great deal to say. His first deeds of note were done while he was in a low place in Nobunaga's troops, from which he rose till he was one of the great chief's first men. He fought well, too, in charge of part of Hideyoshi's ranks, and in times of peace he built himself a great castle. On the fall of the Hojo, he took the small fort near Yedo Bay, to found a great town, a site which Hideyoshi had shown him as the best place for the seat of the Kuanto. In the few odd times when he was not in the field, for war is the one word that tells what those days were, he was at work in his town in the time of both his chiefs. He took but small part, if any, in the plan to put the yoke of Japan on the Emperor of China, and he was at Yedo when he heard that the Tai-ko was sick, and went to him at once. He was by his bed when he died, and swore to take care of his son, and to do all he could to have him take the place of his sire. But few folks thought that this child was the Tai-ko's son, and more than that, there were not a few who felt that Hi-de-yosh-i had had no right to rule them. The upstart, they said, who was naught but a low-born clod and a groom. They had borne his sway, since they could not help it, but they were up in arms at the plan that his son, if he were his son, should take his place. Not a few thought that I-ye-yas-u had his own eyes on the post, and then when the hosts came back from Korea, it was not strange that a home war should have come up, since some of the chiefs had not been on good terms while off in the west, and not a few had cast their own eyes in the way of the Tai-ko's place. War did not break out all at once, but the feuds, and the small fights, and the want of trust in I-ye-yas-u grew till at last it was a plain fact that his foes were at work to land a large force and put him down, while he, for his own part, had his troops, and his friends had theirs in fine trim to meet them any time they chose to come out. They came ere long, and in the great fight on the plains of Sekigahara, not far from Lake Biwa, the Gen prince won the day. So great a fight, and one so sure in its ends, Japan has not seen ere that or since. It was long and hard, but I-ye-yas-u and his men would take no rest when it was done, till they had got hold of all the chief points in the realm, and the whole of Japan was in their hands. The 2 centuries of war and strife in the realm were now at an end, and a new age of peace was come, which was to last for 250 years. Now both of the chiefs whom I-ye-yas-u had served had been men who could not trace their blood to the Gen race, and so they could not hold the post of great shogun. But he was sprung from that grand old stock, the blood of the Mikados of Nit-ta, and more than one of the chiefs who had brought East Japan to bow to the throne was in his veins, and he had the force and the chance to make his name outshine all his sires. The emperor, sick at heart of the strife that had held sway in his realm so long, now had one great wish, that was peace. In I-ye-yas-u he saw one who had won such a high place in the minds of all the Japanese, by the way he had fought on the field of Sekigahara, by the fine state in which he could make up and keep his troops, and by his skill found and build a great town, that he felt him to be the one man in the realm who could bring back peace, hold the feuds in check, and start the folks to work and trade once more. So the realm had a new great shogun, and the house of Tokugawa began a rule of more than 250 years. For the race of I-ye-yas-u held its post till a few years ago, when the great change of 1868 came to the realm, and an end was put to the shogun rule for the rest of time. When I-ye-yas-u found himself the lord of most of all Japan, though in name you know he was a subject of the Mikado, and in rank though not in strength, the Kuge, or lords of the court, were born more high than he. His first thought was to fix things with the chiefs and the clans who held lands and had large bands of men in their train, so that there would be peace on all sides, a peace that should be sound and sure, and have its root in his own hold on them. It took great skill and much thought to do this, for the whole realm, as we know, was cut up in fiefs which were in the hands of the daimyos, each of whom had the sway of a king in his own lands, and by tax drew from them large funds. For the most part each fief had been held by the same race of folks for a long time, and so each chief was the head of a large house, with a great deal of pride and rights, and small feuds, and all such things which are most hard to smooth down. Then too the shogun was a man who was one of themselves till he won the chief post in the realm by his might at arms. Now he would put on airs and turn them out too, for he had a large house of his own to look out for, and must make more than one change in these fiefs, so as to get each of his own sons in a place of wealth and note and might, in case any one should try to raise a force to break down his sway. The I-ye-yas-u had a great deal of tact, and ere long he had set all this right, and was on good terms with the daimyos, too. He first made it known that he would grant to all who had been his foes in the past terms of goodwill if they would have them. That is what we call amnesty. He sent forth word that he would like the past to be put out of mind, for it was a grief to him that so much blood had been shed. And now he would like to see all the clans in the realm on the best of terms. By such words as these, and by more than one good turn to his late foes, it soon came round that most of the clans were soon on good terms with him. He did not try to force those that still held off, for he thought they would do like the rest in time, if he let them be. But he took good care to fix them so that they could do him no harm. No two clans of foes were left side by side, and in more ways than one he cut off all chance for them to join in a large band to bring more strife with him. Then, to cut off one more great source of war in the past, he made up a guard for Kyoto so that no one could seize the Mikado. With both of these things done, he felt sure of his hold on the realm, and could turn his thoughts to works that should make that hold so strong that it would last for centuries. One of the first of these to claim his time was the new town of Yedo, to which he brought a vast host of workmen to make the castle more large, to dig moats and canals, to grade streets, fill in the marshlands, and to build. Fleets of junks brought stone from Hyogo for the walls of the fort and for the gateways of the town. These he set up far outside what most folks thought would be the bounds of the town. The Ieyasu foresaw how it would grow. He had a great moat dug that went round both fort and town, and left much room to spare, and great gate towers were set up, though no wall was as yet built to make them of any use. And the folks had to take such a long walk out in the fields to see them, that they would laugh at them. The shogun said the time would come when walls would be built, and that they would be too small for the town. His word came true, and in 20 years the lands on the east side of the stream were built up. And the great Ieyasu had plans and works to be done for more than this fair town of his. He built up new and made sound the old forts of the Kuwanto land, till it had from 10 to a score of fine stout castles. He seemed to know what would be the growth and the needs of the empire in the years to come, and not a few of his plans were the means that brought that growth. One thing he did was to build fine roads through the realm, one of the best of which is the Tokaido, a broad way that still skirts the eastern sea, and runs from Kyoto to Yedo, or Tokyo, as they now call it. He set up near 80 posts on these roads, each with a good house where folks could stay at night, where they could change or hire steeds, or take their goods or slaves, known as coolies, to bear their packs, or the palanquins, which are small cars that all folks of note in Japan used to ride in from place to place. The old roads, too, had a great deal done to them, and there was scarce a pass through the hills, a bridge or footpath of much use, that he did not have put in good shape, while all the points where folks had to cross streams by boat, and this has to be done a great deal in Japan, he made to have a broad place to land the boats at both ends of the routes. Now all this was a vast deal of work, and it was work of great note, and good too. For in those days the lords of the court and the chiefs of the fiefs, with great bands of their men, had to go from place to place a great deal, since they were made by law to dwell in some of the chief towns for a part of each year. The shogun had quite a long code of rules laid down, which these men had to go by when they took these trips. For Japan is a great land for rules and laws on how folks shall act at all times, what we call etiquette. Ieyasu had many laws, from those on small things that have no place but in the house, to the large ones of the clans, and they were laws that spread till they went into force through the whole realm. But twice were there breaks in the sweet peace of this great shogun's rule. When the Tai-ko died, the Christians had thought they would be free from the ban that had been put on them, since they had a good friend in his son. But the fight at Sekigahara put quite a new face on things, for Ieyasu had seen too deep in their ways in Hi-de-yosh-i's time to want them to go on with their work in Japan. And now the daimyos of the fiefs gave them some of the same sort of terms they in times past had thought meet to use on the Buddhists they had forced to take the faith of Christ. The Japanese Christians were told to give up their new creeds, but they would not, and at last they took up arms in their cause. Such a thing as the farm folks armed to fight their own cause was so new in Japan that I-ye-yas-u felt sure that the priests were at the root of it. He would not have been quite so sure if he had not known that the priests paid their court to the Tai-ko's son as if he held the place his sire had left him. The shogun's next step was to send forth word that all Christians should give up their faith. But the priests and the folks soon went on in the old way, and kept up their work to bring more to join the church all the time. This was the way it had been in Hideyoshi's day, but Ieyasu had set out to make the work sure this time. But he was not in too great haste. On the watch for all the craft and plans of the priests, his men one day found a chest in a deep well, and in it a vast hoard of gold, with a roll that gave sure proof of a plot he had long known something of. He found in this that plans had been laid to make the prince of one of the fiefs king of Japan, and to yoke the realm to one of the empires of Europe. On this the shogun lost no time to make clean work of this task. He sent all folks not born in Japan from its shores at once, and said that all Japanese must give up the faith of Christ or leave the land. This was in the year 1611, and in a few years more he had a short strife with the son of the Tai-ko, and then Japan was free from war for a long time. Hideyoshi's son, though put down in fair fight, still had some thoughts for the place of his sire, and with some Jesuit priests and others who did not like the great shogun, was at the head of a band bound to do him ill. Ieyasu found this out, and in short time he made some cause to march on the youth who was at the castle of Osaka, which was set on fire. Then a fierce fight took place in which Ieyasu won, and the son of the Tai-ko lost. Then for years and years the faith of Christ was shut out of the realm, and so were all folks of strange lands, but a few Dutch on the Isle of Deshima. This was the end of bloodshed for more than 253 years. How sweet that long peace was to the poor realm that had had to bear so much woe and grief and loss for such a long time. Ieyasu was not like most men who win in all the wars they fight. Peace was more dear to him than strife, and the last years of his life were spent in the fair castle that he built when he was a young man, on the first lands that had been given to him. There he gave his time and thoughts to the good of the realm, how he could best wipe out the deep scars of war that lay on her, how he could best bring forth in her the arts of peace, and fix his plan of rule so that it should stand for a long, long time. When he died, he bade his son rule in ways that are both kind and just. The great tales that are told of the pomp and state with which this man was laid in his tomb, and all the rites that were held at his death, show us a good deal of the ways of the folks at that time, and how much they thought of the grand rites due the dead. Ieyasu's son took his place, and seems to have kept up the work of his sire in all his plans. He did what the great Tokugawa would have done if he had lived. And in his time the strength of the Yedo rule grew more sure with all the clans. The forms of rule of the realm were made better, and the fair town of Yedo grew in size and strength and fine looks all the time. But it was the grandson of Ieyasu who next to him ranks as the best man of all the new line of great shoguns. He it was who brought the shogun rule and clan strength to their height. He made the shogun more than the chief of the daimyos, which was his real place. He made the post in its way most as great as that of the Mikado, and ere long the daimyos came to be bound to pay court to him and to do his will as much as if he were their emperor. He too did much for Yedo, and laid new plans for her, such as waterworks, lookouts for fire with bells to tell by a code of signs where the flames had been seen, and how far they had got. The gold that had been found in the Isle of Sado in Ieyasu's time was now made into coin at the mints set up by his grandson. A law was made to fix weights and measures. For the first time the realm was gone over, and maps made of the fiefs and the strongholds of the daimyos. The great shrines which Ieyasu had set out to build he went on with, and in scores of ways did he start new works and plan new ways that have been of vast worth to the realm in times past and are kept up to this day. This shogun was the first use of the name of Tycoon, which means something like, "I am a great man, and you must think much of what I say." The shogun had no right to it, but his pride was strong, and one time when he had some Koreans come to him, he felt that he must make them feel that he was of great note in the land. To the Japanese it did not mean much, though some of them came to use it themselves in the time of the last three shoguns, when they had a wish to treat their lords with great awe. But when the first of them used it himself to our Commodore Perry, it made a great time. It was a large part of the cause of the war that soon came on and broke down the sway of the daimyo chief and led to the new state of things we now find in the realm. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ronell. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 16, The Long Peace. From the time of I-ye-yas-u, Japan kept her doors closed to all the world for 2 centuries and a half, till the tact of our own Commodore Perry broke the seal in 1853, and got her to make terms of trade and goodwill with the United States. A few Dutchmen were let to stay on the small isle of DeSilva, and to have a ship go to them once a year from the Dutch East Indies. But no one could come on it to stay, nor could anyone leave by it, and the isle was quite shut off from the mainland, with which the Dutch could have naught to do. No other ships could touch at a Japanese port for any cause, and it was a hard task for a Japanese seaman cast on the shore of a strange land to get back to his home. In the meantime, the shogun, in his fort-like castle at Yedo, with its vast guards, was the real head of the empire, while the Mikado had no guard to all the realm, but dwelt in his plain home, in the midst of a park with a fence around it. At the far off Kyoto, where lords of the court, priests, men of rank and blood, of books and art, let days slip by in homework and ease. The folks used to say, "The shogun all men fear, the Mikado all men love." The emperor himself was in awe of the Tokugawa shogun. He gave full sway to Buddhism, for that did not teach folks to think, but it was a crime to take up any of the thoughts or plans of Europe or the New World. No one could do so much as build a boat on the plan of those used in the West, or any plan but that of a Japanese junk. To go out of the realm to see what was done in the rest of the world, to learn any tongue but those of China and Japan, to have any of the ways of the Europeans, or to hold the faith of Christ, were crimes that naught but death could pay for. When the shogun and his train went out, the folks had to bow their heads to the earth. He was the real head of the empire. Each fief of note was like a small realm, whose daimyo was the king with hundreds of men in his train, but the shogun was their king. Such plans as they laid to watch all that was done in the realm and keep the folks under their thumbs have scarce been known anywhere else. The realm was full of spies, no one had trust in anyone else, and so all the folks, high and low, came to be far more quick to lie than to tell the truth. Most of the daimyos who had got their lands from the shoguns felt that their court was due to him as to a king, and the folks of the low caste, for the most part, did not know that the Mikado had ever had any real sway in the realm. They thought him sent from heaven to be their great high priest, and while they felt all awe for them, they did not feel that they ought to serve him as they did the shogun. Most of them thought the great and good house of Tokugawa had had sole right to rule from the first. The shoguns knew they had no real claims to all this, but they were bound to keep their place, and so lest the folks should come to know the truth, they made it a great point to keep them in the dark. They must not be taught to read or to think, much for fear they should find out the past history of the land. And as much as could be, the high caste, too, were kept from such books. This may have been one cause why such a fierce fight was made on the Christians and on all folks of strange lands, they were bound to teach the mass of folks. Thus shut in, years went by. They were years of peace and of good crops and not of want. The farms brought forth all the food the folks could eat. There was no trade with the rest of the world. No one could amass great wealth. There were no outside folks to spread new thoughts and plans, and a calm lay on the land that was sweet, as peace must be when a realm has been long at war. But it was a kind of peace that was not for the real good of the realm. The samurai who had the sole right to wear the sword were the only ones who could take up more than the most plain studies, and no two of them could meet and talk long, but that a spy was by to hear all that they said. Now, you know the Japanese had come to be fond of books. Not a few of the samurai were men who had read and thought a great deal, and no shoguns could blind their eyes to the truth, nor keep them from the work in which they took so much joy. Some of them saw through the plans of the Tokugawa, and chose to take up a great task which would show them up at last, and in spite of all their plans would tell the folks the truth as to their realm. This great task, to which some of the chief samurai gave their lives, was to write the first history of Japan. The man who took the lead in this was Prince of Mito, who lived till the year 1700. He drew round him a host of men who had read and thought a great deal, and with their aid made his great work, which is near the size of our own Mr. Bancroft's History of the United States, but makes 243 of their books. The men wrote it in pure Chinese, which is still thought to be the right tongue and which to write a work of great note. Just as in times past English folks thought Latin the tongue in which they ought to put their best works. Now the Prince of Mito had great fame for his gifts, for he wrote a great deal, and as he had some ties of blood with the house of Tokugawa, he was more free to state his views than anyone else in the realm. But his views were not for the good of the shoguns. He thought they were wrong to do as they did, and in his book he led folks to see that the Mikado and no one else had a right to be the head of the realm, and the shoguns from the first had been mere thieves who took the might from the throne. From the first Mito's work was made much of by well-learned men, but for more than 100 years there were but a few copies of it, and all of them were made by hand. Its views spread more and more, though, and less than 20 years ago, there was such a great want for it that it was put in print. But ere this came to pass, someone else took up the same line of work and told the history of all the great clans. This too laid bare the facts of the rise of the great shoguns, and brought forth the rights of the throne. It told its tale in such plain terms that some of the books had to be gone through and purged more than once, ere the sage and well-read men at Yedo, who had to judge and pass all works ere they could go out in print, would let it be put forth. Now, with these two great works on the past in their hands, and with the time to think that the long peace gave them, it is not strange that the Japanese grew to feel that their realm was in quite the wrong hands. Nor was this the sole wave that had set in to hold up the Mikado's rights to his folks. The priests, too, found more time for thought now, and not a few set to work to bring back the old Shinto creeds, as they had been held ere the Buddhist faith came to change their tone. For Buddhism made a vast change in the Shinto. This, of course, brought folks to think more of the holy line of the emperor, of the high rights of the throne, of what some of the Mikados had done of old, and of the great men who had fought for them and spent life, wealth, and all in their cause. With this not a few of the well-learned men made up their minds to go back to the study of the old Japanese books, and to make more of their own tongue, which, for a long time, had been quite put down by the use of the Chinese in books, in state papers at court, and with all the folks of high rank. Now the shoguns tried to check this, but the Mikado, the court lords at Kyoto, and some of the chief samurai did all they could to help it on. They wrote a good deal, and in not a few of the chief fiefs of the realm their works drew the folks of mind and might to see the Mikado and the shogun in a new light, and to think of plans to put down the rule of Yedo and set up that of Kyoto. This rise of the Shinto scholars and the works that they wrote, with those of the Prince of Mito and his friends, led to a great change in the views of the Japanese, which at least threw down the whole scheme of Japanese feudalism. In the course of years, with a calm that seemed to lie like a pall on their life, they grew to feel that they had gone back in their growth, while the rest of the world went on. The sea, which had once been like a wall to shut them in, had come to be the road that led strange ships to their shores. For not a few shipwrecked Japanese got back to their homes on board American boats, scores of which went by in sight of her coast each year. The Russians came down from the north and set up their claims to part of one of the North Isles, and England, France, Holland, and America all had a wish to trade with her. All these signs told the wise that some day ere long there would be a stir in Japan, which, if it came, would end in the fall of the shogun. Now there were a few who felt that a war might be made on them some day by the wild men of the West and the New World. Most of the Japanese thought all Americans and Europeans were a half-brute race or wild men, as they said, for they had been the curse of Japan in the past. They had taught them of powder and firearms and had been the cause of a great deal of woe and bloodshed. No plans were made at Yedo to meet these wild men if they should come, but not a few of the great daimyos of the south thought it best not to wait for the shogun's lead, and set to work to have their vast clans in trim in case of need. They had two needs in mind. One was to meet the wild men that they did not fear to speak of, but one that they had kept to themselves was that the time might come ere long when the Mikado's own cause would want their arms. And if it were the home foes or the brutes, one or both, they had made up their minds that their troops should be a match for any they might meet. These were men whose sires had been bred to arms for ages, and they were not so bound up in Japan that they had not seen that the arts of war in the West were far ahead of their own. And so while the realm lay in a calm of peace, the great chiefs of the South got the men who had learned Dutch and French and Portuguese to put the books on the arts of war, which they had got a hold of in some way, into the Chinese or Japanese tongue, so that they could learn from them how to dress and drill and fit out their troops as was done in the West. One of the chief of those daimyos was the Prince of Mito, for that great house had in 1840 a prince who could well bear the name of him who wrote the history of Japan 150 years before. But he who took the real lead in plans to teach the Japanese the arts of the West was the Prince of Satsuma. He was a man of brains, will, and wealth. As a wise prince as well as a great and good one, whose peer could scarce be found in the realm, it was his aim to spread the study of history, as well as all the best Japanese works of any kind, through the realm. He spent time, wealth, and thought on his fief to make it bring forth all it could, and got his troops into the best shape then known to Japanese men-at-arms. For he saw that the time would soon come to march on Yedo, and he saw, too, more than most of the chiefs, what would be the needs of the realm when that had been done, and so he did what he could to get young men to learn the Dutch and English speech, and to find out through them what the rest of the world knew of the arts of war as well as of peace. He was a king in his own fief, and did as he chose there, and of course no one thought to check his plans. He set up some mills and shops where great guns were cast as the Dutch made them. He saw that the young men of Japan ought to go out and see the rest of the world, and learn how things were done there. And by, a score of the most bright youths of the land got off in one ship to Europe, in spite of the shogun's care and watch. Then some more slipped off to England and the United States. This prince was well known through all the realm, and young men went to him from all parts of the land, to be with him in his schools or to learn the arts or plain workaday trades, which were not seen elsewhere in Japan. His chief town was full of life, and in it were some of the most bright and well-learned folks and most skilled workmen in the whole realm. By this time it was plain to a large part of the Japanese that the time of the Yedo rule was short, and the Prince of Satsuma was to be the man to lead the outbreak. But in 1858 he died, and his great work fell to the hands of those who had trained and taught, nor were they weak when their time came. All these great chiefs of the South were of stock as old and as good as that of Ieyasu. And though he had made his way to the head of the realm, and the rest had had to bow to him, they did not love him nor his house any the more. And it was a gall to their sons to be the slaves of his race. Sometimes one or two of them would not do the shogun's will, but step by step, from the first stage when they were his friends and went to Yedo as his guests, till now when they were as his slaves, whom he bade come and pay court to him. The Tokugawa had borne down on the daimyos, a bit more hard each time, till now there was but one way to free the realm from their grasp, and that was to break out on them in a vast host, raze Yedo to the ground, tear down the shogun's throne, and drive the race of Ieyasu forth to find lodge where they might, or death if they should face round. This they had grown to feel that they would do if the worst came to pass. But for a long time they kept it all in their own breasts, like a fire in a mound, while in a still way things went on inside to make the heat more fierce, and events took shape with the shogun and the rest of the realm that were to wake the flame at last to do the most that any of them dreamt of. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 17, The Last War and the Dawn of a New Age. Most folks think that our Commodore Perry was the sole cause of the late war in Japan, but that was not the case. We know that the clans had long been in wait for a chance to break out on the shogun, and they found it when he let himself pass for the emperor with Commodore Perry. To be sure, it was our brave seaman who got the realm to unlock her ports to the world, and the long peace came to an end in a great fight on the folks who went there from America and the West. But not a few of the samurai and the daimyos who led in the war were glad to have the wild men come, and what they fought for was to break down the shogun rule and set up that of the Mikado. It was they and no one else who brought on this last dread war of the realm of isles. But the Americans lit their fuse, and this is how they did it, and how the shell burst. In the summer of 1853, the still air of Yedo Bay woke one July day to shrill sound that came from the pipes of a fleet of American steamships. Their chief would not go round to the port of Nagasaki, off which lay the Isle of the Dutch, when he was told to, but he, in terms that no one could call rude, said he would stay where he was. He sent some gifts to the Emperor of Japan with letters in which he asked in the name of the president that the emperor would be friends with the United States and come to some terms of trade with her. Now these did not get to the emperor at all, but to the shogun, who took them and read them and went so far as to act on them all by himself. For he said, I am in the place of the emperor, and things may not go well for me if these new folks think I am not he. So when he made up his mind what to say to our brave Commodore, he sent a man of much note who taught in one of the great schools of Yedo to treat with him, and this man, to give his lord a big name in the eyes of the strange folks, let his men speak of him as the Tai-kun, a Chinese word which means great prince or high lord, and if used at all, was not due any one but the Mikado. But it was a term that meant no real rank to the Japanese, and so the shogun told them, but to Perry he let it stand for the same as emperor. Now our Commodore knew that there was a Mikado at the head of the realm, but he thought him a sort of pope or chief priest, while the Tai-kun was the emperor of the state. So when he came back home, he felt that he had made the right terms, and that all had been well done to make Japan and America good friends. But this was far from the case, for while the shogun held the reins of rule, there was no name but the Mikados that stood for the Japanese Empire. It was not at all the voice of the realm that said yes to the great change. They are not headlong folks, and it was a vast thing to them to break the seal that had so long shut out the rest of the world, for the fact that those whom they had once let in had done them harm and had laid plots to make them slaves to some strange king whom they had not seen and scarce heard of. And more than that, the Mikado and his court were full of wrath at the lie the shogun had told when he let himself pass for the emperor. The Tokugawa gave a great poke themselves to stir up the fires that lay in the depths of the great clans of the south. But still they were kept hid, and peace lay on the realm for some years. The realms of Europe sent their ships in the wake of Perry's Susquehanna, and it was not long ere some of the best ports of Japan were bound to let the beasts and wild men of the world come and go as they might choose. But in 1859, when the ships came and a real flood of trade set in, the realm woke from its long sleep with such a shock as it had not known in all its life. In the first place, the folks had not thought that all these ships would want to bear off so much goods as they did to their own ports. So when they had bought up their loads, there was not much left, and the cost of plain things rose so high that the poor could not have them, and that brought want and woe at once. At the same time, the land was swept by earthquakes, storms, floods, and fires, all of which the mass of folks felt to be due in some way to the wild men whom the shogun had let come to their ports. In the midst of all this woe and want and fright, the shogun died, and left the choice of a new one to his regent. Now of the two young men of the Tokugawa, whom the lords thought of to take the post, the regent chose the one whom some of the chief daimyos did not want, and when they made some fuss about it, he put them in jail, and with them not a few of the best samurai in the realm, men of state, chiefs at arms, and some who were most sage and well learned, were put in bonds, sent to far off parts of the realm, or had their heads cut off. The regent was in great straits, for he knew that the terms with the outside world could not hold good without the Mikado's own name to them, and while the brutes made loud calls to have their treaties made good, the Mikado and court would have naught to do with them. At last, in fear that the wild men might force their way in and make no end of bad work, he set his own seal to the terms he had made, and sent word to Kyoto that he had done so. At this the wrath of the court broke forth, and a cry of hail to the Mikado, and out with the wild men went from end to end of the realm. The regent had been false to his chief, it was felt, and all through the land thousands left their homes and said they would not go back to them till the Mikado, with the rule in his own hands, should drive out the strange folks who had come in on them. Then there was a time of strife and bloodshed, when the land swarmed with bands of low caste men, armed and in for fight, with no heed for the laws of the land or of man to man. The regent was slain, and so were scores of folks from the outside world. The shogun's sway was on the wane. Few of the clans held to the shogun, while the eyes of most of the realm were bent on the throne, and the will of the Mikado was that for which the folks gave ear. The daimyos of the south came out strong and left Yedo to make Kyoto their seat, as it was that of the court. They put funds in the chest of the throne. Their troops, the best in the realm, were at the Mikado's call. All at once, the Yedo chiefs said they would close the ports and get the folks of the West to leave Japan, and they sent some men to Europe to see to this. But in the meantime, at the wish of the Kuge, the Mikado sent forth word that all who were not Japanese should leave the realm. Then arms were raised on their ships by the Cho-shi-yu clan. The shogun sent word that they should not be fired on, but they were. The shogun's might was gone. The Mikado was come. This was in July, and through the rest of that summer, the two sides stood in arms, face to face, and with each the ill will and dread of something worse to come grew and grew. In the fall, new ills came. The shogun side said that the Cho-shi-yu, with some of the Kuge, had laid a plot to get hold of the Mikado and set up their own rule behind the throne, as had been done in the past. This drew on them the wrath of all the Yedo clans, and put them in a bad light, for they could not get clear of such a grave charge at once, since they had tried to have the Mikado leave Kyoto and take the lead of their troops. The clans thus paired, the realm was in a bad state for some time, and in midsummer of 1864, at the gates of Kyoto, they came to a fight which was kept up for 2 days with great strife and loss of life. It was lost to the Cho-shi-yu and gave the shogun's band one more taste of their strength, though that strength would have been much less if it had been used to hold up their own throne in place of the Mikado's. In the same month, a fleet which bore the flags of 4 nations of the outside world sent out its fire and shell on the fort of the Cho-shi-yu till it beat them down and paid them off for their fire of the same month in the year past. But their ranks were fine and well drilled, their hearts were true, and they were not to fail in the end. It was an all-summer's fight with them and the shogun side, which came to an end with loss and rout and shame to the Tokugawa, and the last fall of their sway. The poor young shogun, whom the regent had set up, worn out with his cares, died in the fall, and left one thing done. He had got the Mikado to say he would make terms with Europe and America, but they must be his own terms, not the shogun's. The young man who next took this post was the one whom the Kuge had made choice of in the first place, and when he had been in it some 8 months, one of the chiefs most true to the Mikado got him to give it up. This was one great step in the way of the full sway of the Mikado. But there was much still to be done. For the gates of the palace were in the guard of a clan that was the most staunch and true of all that still held to the Tokugawa, and as they had the Mikado, they were yet at the head of the realm. The chiefs of the great clans of the south would not rest till the work that had gone so far should be well done, and they made up their minds to work as one band, and by a bold stroke to wipe out the post of shogun and the might of Yedo, and to give full sway to the throne on which now sat the young Emperor Mutsuhito. It was on the 3rd of January, 1868, that they did it. The troops of these chiefs, by a quick move, took up their posts at the gates of the palace, sent out the kuge, who were in wait on the boy emperor, and would let no one go through the gates but those who held the same views as their chiefs. The court was swept clean of all who would set up aught but the Mikado's rule, and from the throne there went forth the good news that the emperor and his court would now have sole rule of the realm, and that there was no such thing in Japan as the Yedo sway or the post of great shogun. The Choshiyu clan was brought back to its right place with the kuge, cleared of the charge that they had laid a plot to get hold of the Mikado, and the brave chiefs, as well as the young men who had run off to Europe and our own land, were put in posts of trust. The Yedo clans were full of rage. They got their ex-shogun to make war on Kyoto and get back what they had lost. But it was no use. A fight of 3 days took place, but the shogun side lost and fled with their chief to Osaka, whose castle was burned by the troops of Mikado's clans. He found a place on an American ship and got at last to his home in Yedo. Then, in spite of all that his clan chiefs could do to urge him to keep up the fight, he held firm to this, that he would never more make war on his lord, the Mikado. He gave up all thoughts of public life from that day, and said the rest of his years should be spent as were those of the men of his caste. By this he saved Yedo from the torch, which was lit for it when word was sent that the shogun gave up all his claims, and by this he saved Japan from a long home war. A few clans still held out, but they were soon put down, and by the 1st of July, 1869, the realm once more was a land of peace. Then came that task that comes in the wake of all great home wars, when the side of a new cause wins. The Mikado and his new court had to fit the old realm to the new state of things. All grades had their cries. One said, "Send out the brutes." The Shinto priests would have the Christians dealt with, the Buddhists put down, and the new rule set up by the pure Shinto creeds. It was the young men who, in spite of all the shogun's threats, had learnt the speech, the thoughts, and some of the ways of the Europeans, who took it on themselves to set the Kuge right as to the brutes, and to show the Mikado and court, as well as the rest of the realm, how much it would be to the good of Japan to make much of the folks from the West, and to take up with some of their thoughts and ways. They asked the ambassadors, or men who had been sent to Japan to act for their nations, to go and see the Mikado. 2 of them went, and the Kuge were won by the first sight of them, and made friends with the men they once thought were beasts. It was a hard task for the young men who set out to do this, for the folks were all much down on the strange men, and it was no small task to get them safe to Kyoto. A band of low-class youths fell on one train to slay them, but he who went first lost his head by the sweep of the sword of one of the brave young lords, who had made up his mind that come what might, the Mikado and the Kuge should see what the Europeans were like. Then a letter was sent out by one of these same brave young lords that set forth to the court daimyos and all the folks some of the new views on which it was their wish to base the new form of rule. This is what the letter said. Since the Middle Ages, our emperor has dwelt with a screen in front of him and has not trod the earth. Not of what went on in front of his screen got to his ear. His whole house was shut out from the world. Not more than a few lords of the court could go near the throne. This is not like the laws of heaven, and now while we hold him none the less in awe and love, let us put off pomp and false forms, and be plain and right in what we do. Kyoto is an out-of-the-way place, and not fit to be the seat of rule. So let our Lord move and make his home in Osaka, have his court there, and thus cure one of the 100 wrongs that have come to us from the past. To speak of such a plan gave a great shock at first, but the Mikado did come out from behind his screen, and with the lords of the court and daimyos took an oath that things should be done by the voice of the folks, that the rough, rude forms of rule they had held to so long should be done with, and that the new ones should be fair and just to all. He said they would search the whole world for breadth and depth of thought, for sound, wise views, and for such arts and learning as would best aid them to build up the new empire. There has not been long to test this new plan yet, but there is no doubt that the emperor and his staunch friends meant all they said and much more. Books and the news press were not shut down. The Japanese who wrote found they had naught to dread if they said what they thought. They were told to speak out, that they might be a means to teach the folks what this new state of things was for, and to help on in the good work. The emperor would treat all men, even those who had held to his old foes, on kind, just terms, and not a few of the Tokugawa clan were asked to take posts of note in the realm. To all the daimyos of the lost cause he gave back rank and funds. But day by day it came to be more plain to be seen that the realm could not rest in peace and reach the growth in the way of the new life it had learnt to hope for, as long as feudalism should last. Clan strength would break that of the throne. This was what the press took up, and not a few of the daimyos who had felt the same thing for a long while now saw that the time had come to act, and, led by the chief clans, they all sent word to the Mikado that they would give up their fiefs and their troops as the right of the throne, and be plain men from that time on. They said that in their new life 1/10 of the funds they had would be all they should need, and the rest should be put in his own chests, for the realm was none too rich, and it cost much to put through all these new plans. This was set on foot by Prince Akizuki, and ere long the whole 264 daimyos gave up their fiefs and troops and vast wealth to be plain kazoku, noblemen. Thus the lands, the great hosts of men-at-arms, and large tax went at once to the throne to help on the work of its new life, to bind all parts of the realm into one whole, whose sole head was the Mikado. Yedo, or Tokyo, the eastern capital, came to be the seat of the court. Plans for a railroad were thought of. Young men were sent to Europe and this land to be taught. Colleges and schools in all the crafts and arts and lore known to the folks of the West were set up in the towns of Japan, and folks who could teach were asked to go from Europe and America to take charge of them. Scores of new ways were put in place of the old, and even the Mikado came out and was seen by crowds of folks of all grades when the first trains were put on the Grand Trunk Railway from Tokyo to Yokohama. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sweta, Toronto, April 2023. History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith. Chapter 18, The War with China. From this time, Japan grew in all kinds of ways. Railroads were built, and those who go to see that land now can go in the cars through the length and breadth of it. To be sure, the small gigs called jinrikshas are still in use, just as there are folks here who like to ride in their own carriages more than in cars. Lines of wire to send news over have been put up. In some parts of the land, the folk have not been taught what a good thing it was for them to have railroads and lines of wire by which news could go so fast. They thought the old way the best, and fought those who came to lay them out. But in time all saw that these were great things, and they were glad to have them. The Japanese have such shrewd good sense, it does not take them long to know what a thing is worth. They were quick to copy all that was good from the West. They sent their boys to England and America to be taught in schools. Newspapers were started which told all the news, or at times found fault with men or things in such a free way that their head men were put in jail. They do not often get in jail now, though they are still free of speech. Japan grew in wealth too. Its mines were worked and fleets were built. But no one knew how strong the land was, nor how wise and brave its men, till the war with China. What started this war was the state of things in Korea, a land so near that Japan felt called on to ask that the king there should be more just in his rule, so that the Japanese there might be safe. First of all, Japan asked China to join with her in a scheme to better things in Korea if the king would not act. China said she would do it, and so she was bound not to send troops into Korea if she did not first let Japan know. But it was found out in Japan that China had gone to work to fit out ships, and had called out men to go in them to Korea. At this breach of faith, Japan too got ships and men, and let China know that she now would take her own course in Korea. In spite of this, China sent ships and troops to Korea, and a Chinese ship fired a bomb at a Japanese ship near the Korean coast and tried to sink it. This the Japanese took as a cause of war, and they called out to that ship to heave to, but the head man said they would not. Then the Japanese sent a great fire from their guns, and the Chinese ship went down. Her crew were picked up out of the water. In the meantime, some more Chinese ships had landed men, and they had a small fight with some Japanese that were near. And so the war started. It is a strange fact that in this, as in each fight of the war, the Japanese beat the Chinese. The next fight was at Pyongyang 6 weeks from that time. There the Chinese had marched their troops, and the Japanese brought theirs from the sea. There was a host of men on each side, but the Chinese troops that were there were all but wiped out. That was the last fight on Korean soil. The Chinese made no stand till they crossed the Yalu stream to Manchuria, and Marshal Yamagata, who had shown that he was a wise and brave man, led the Japanese troops and once more won the day. About the same time, the ships of the Japanese met the ships of China at the mouth of the Yalu and beat them. Admiral Ito was so quick, his ships had such speed, the guns were fired so fast, that the Chinese were whipped at all points. The Japanese ships just whirled round one half of the Chinese line, and fired as they went. Then they turned and went round the rear and poured out shot and shell as they went by. Admiral Tiang could bring but half his guns to bear on the foe. At last the Chinese fleet fled to Port Arthur. This fight caused great loss to China, as 5 of her ships were sunk or burned. On land, the fight went on. The Japanese took one of China's chief towns, called Feng-wang-ching. Then they took up their posts at a place where there was a gorge with 3 sides shielded by great peaks. This was a spot that gave them a strong base for a fight. Then part of them marched to a point due west, which was quite as good, the small walled town of Haicheng, and the third part took up their place near the coast. It was some time ere the Chinese troops marched on them from the far-off banks of the Amur, and then it was seen how wise they had been to take up such strong points. For the troops that came were the best of the ranks of China, but the Japanese stood their ground, and the forces hurled at them were routed as they came. The Japanese kept a strict watch all along their line, and they did not once show that they had held the foe too cheap. The Chinese, it may be, knew this, for they tried but once to break the line. The soldiers of Manchuria had been thought to be very brave, full of zeal, as they dashed off on their fine steeds and strong to bear the ills of war. But this was not found to be the case. From the start they seemed to take the first chance to fly, and at their best their aim was poor. When hemmed in by Japanese, they fought fiercely, but lacked the nerve to use their guns in the best way. The Japanese next took Na-tion, a place of trade, where men from all lands lived. They were told that they should be safe there, and in fact they were far more safe when guarded by the Japanese than they had been in the care of the wild hordes from Hunan. These fled at the first sight of the Mikado's men. Marshal Yamagata's health broke down at this time, and he was forced to go home. Port Arthur was a place that the Japanese wished to take, as it was known that there were large war stores there, so a large force of men were sent out to take this fort. Great care was taken and not left to chance. The boats that held the troops had warships to guard them, lest the Chinese ships should come out of hiding and pounce on them. But they need not have feared, for the Chinese admiral had moved far out of reach and was snug in a good port where he could not be seen. He did not try to keep Port Arthur or raise a hand to save it, though vast sums had been spent on it, and it had been thought no foe could take it. So Count Oyama, who led this part of the army of Japan, had a clear field. The troops all landed safe some miles from the port, and then the great siege guns were brought on shore. The men marched by land, and no one tried to stop them, save at a place halfway. There the Chinese had built forts and armed them with Krupp guns, but they were fired only once, and then the men fled to Port Arthur. All the guns, and the plans of their place, and the way that they had meant to hold it, all fell in the hands of the foe. So the Japanese took all, and the spoils were worth a great deal. The next great task was to take Port Arthur. Those who had fled there to be safe added, of course, to those who were to be fed, but a large part got out of the way ere the fight started. They got off to the sea by means of a small bay at the rear of the fort called Pigeon Bay. When the Japanese came, there were not more than a third left of those who till a late date had been camped in the lines. The fall of Port Arthur gave to the Japanese 80 guns, most of them Krupps, and all that was needed to fire them. Large lots of grain and food of all kinds fell into their hands, and 2 small steamers that were in dock at the time. To take this place was a grand stroke for the Japanese, for it was full of all that wealth could buy, and was at a point on the sea which was of great use for their fleets. Port Arthur had a whole line of forts, and it took time to bring the great siege guns over the land. Ridges had to be climbed, brush cut, and trees felled, and roads had to be made. As the Japanese drew near, a small band dashed out from one of the forts and made out to seize some of the Japanese. These they killed as they fled back, and left their bodies all cut and slashed in a vile way close to the track. When the main part of the troops saw this, they were wild with rage, and they killed all they found with arms in their hands. They were fired on from the houses and had to make strict laws to keep such things down. Some thought the Japanese were more harsh than they should have been, but war does not make men mild or sweet. It is well known that they took as good care of the Chinese wounded as they did of their own men. There is no room for doubt to those who have watched Japan in her growth that she has been as strict as any land in her mode of war, and as kind to the foe. Prince Arisugamo, the uncle of the Mikado, was the head man of the whole Japanese army in this war. He took cold when Port Arthur was seized, but he thought he could not be spared. So he went on with his work, though quite ill. He was a great and brave man, as he had shown in many fights. He grew worse, and his brain was filled with thoughts of the war. The scenes through which he had passed were round him all the time, and he thought he was at the head of the troops. But at last the war drums ceased to throb in his brain, and the flags were furled. Peace had come to him. All mourned his loss, and he was laid in his grave with all the pomp they could give him. The next great move was to send a large force of troops by boats to the town of Yongchang. From thence they marched over a rough road to a place called Wei, which the Chinese had made strong with forts. More troops, led by Admiral Ito, guarded the way to the sea. And at last the Japanese had their force on all sides. There were 2 Chinese ironclad ships and some boats in the bay. The small isles had been made strong, and on each of the hills great guns had been fixed. All that could be done to add to the strength of the works had been done, and the Chinese had a right to feel proud of the place. Their guns were of the new kind, and they had great stores of shot and powder. They had food laid up for some time, and all that was needed was men with some pluck to keep the foe at bay for a long time. To tell the truth, the Chinese did fight better here than they had done, but as the Japanese took the forts, they turned on the Chinese their own guns. With the guns on the hill, they fired on Admiral Tiang's fleet in the bay. For 2 days the fight went on, but at last the Chinese on land fled to the south. All this time, Admiral Tiang had not tried to get out of the toils. The foe lay outside, but his ships were larger and stronger than those of Japan. They might have cut their way through, but they did not try to do so. They lay there while the guns on the hills fired on them night and day. They fired back, to be sure, but that was all. At last the Japanese admiral let 3 of his torpedo boats start out one night when the moon had set. They steamed straight for the ironclads and launched their torpedoes right in the face of the fire sent out by the Chinese. These boats came back with some of their brave men killed, but they had sunk one of the Chinese warships and hurt one so that it could not be used. The next night they did more harm, for they sunk 3 boats and smashed one ironclad till it was not fit to use. It was such a cold night that 3 of the brave Japanese froze to death at their posts as they came back from the fight. With the loss of all these boats, the last hope of the Chinese had flown. Admiral Tiang and 3 of his head men took their own lives, and the rest of the fleet gave up to the Japanese. They at once gave the Chinese a ship to take the dead admiral and his men back to their homes. and they put their flags at half-mast and fired guns as the boat passed through their lines. Thus the Chinese fleet and her stores fell into the hands of the foe. There was wild grief at the loss. But as great a loss was the man who had shown so much pluck when things were at their worst. The cause of China was now lost, and there was naught to do but to sue for peace. On the 19th of March, Li Hongchang, one of China's greatest men, reached Japan to make terms of peace. Some of the best men of Japan were sent to meet him. A shot was fired on the aged Chinese by a Soshi, who was so silly as to think he had done a great thing. The emperor and empress felt great pain at this mad act, and they took care that all should be done to bring back health to their guest. In the meantime, the Japanese troops had gone to Formosa, and that place was taken to be held till peace came. China did not wish to pay as much for the war as Japan asked. But at last peace was signed for a great sum. In all places where the Japanese rule had been held, railroads have been built, schools started, and the folks taught the best modes of life. In Formosa, the soil is good, and there are coal fields which will be worked in the best way. Tea grows well too in some places, and the Japanese have the hillsides set out with the shrub. Sugar too can be raised, and hemp and jute. The seas are stocked with fish, and the woods with game of all kinds. There are ducks, geese, snipe, deer, boars, wild goats, bears, and wild cats. The men of Formosa are wild and fond of fights. They go in clans and war with each other, but they do not lack sense, and show that they can be trained. The silk goods sent out from Japan is a great source of wealth. Coal is cheap and wages low, so that Japan can sell her silk cheaper than other lands. Glass is made at Osaka. Boots and clothes of all kinds are made, while the copper and bronze and lacquered goods of Japan are famed in all the world. There is a drug much in use in China which does great harm, and some think it was one of the causes of the lack of pluck shown by the Chinese. This drug is opium. A great trade is done in this drug, but the Japanese will have naught to do with it. They will not let it come to Japan, nor to any land that they rule. The poor of the Japanese live for the most part on fish and rice. Japan sends out large loads of fish to other lands, salts and dries them, and gets oil from them. A large part of the folk live by fishing. The trade of Japan has now grown so great that it uses a large number of sails and steamships and sends out its goods to all parts of the world. The coal mines are a source of wealth, and gold, silver, lead, and tin have been found and worked on a small scale. The emperor who now rules Japan was born on the 3rd of November 1852 and was crowned on October 13th, 1868. In 1869, he was wed to Haruko, the child of a man who held high rank at the court of Kyoto. The emperor is tall for his race, as he stands 5 feet and 8 inches. He has a fine brow, dark eyes, a grave look, and he moves in a quick way. He shows that he has the good of his folk at heart, and he is much loved by them. The empress has a fine mind, a kind heart, and a great good sense. She does much work for the poor, and while the war with China went on, she helped to send out nurses and to scrape lint for the use of the wounded. At one time, there was a craze for the European styles of dress in Japan, and it was used at court on high days. But their own styles were well suited to them, and most have gone back to the loose robes that lent them the grace and gave them a free use of their limbs. Now that she has won peace, Japan can look for great things in the years to come. Her sons have been taught in a good school, and they will go out in the world and give proof of the sound way in which they have been trained. When the war with China was over, Japan sold the rights to Port Arthur to Russia. End of chapter 18. End of History of Japan in Words of One Syllable by Helen Ainslie Smith.